lava popping out and just going to be having.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to yet another Into the Alpha X Super Series brought to you here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy. I'm so glad that you guys could join us today. We've got a fun matchup today, albeit a little bit maybe emotional for some of us here in the StarCraft 2 community. It's going to be True versus Kiwian, or Top, however you like to refer to him. I'm joined today by my co-caster, Passer. Hi, Passer. How you doing today?
What's up?
Outstanding to have a great Terran voice here to help analyze and cast these games with me. So we are very, very excited to share this all with you today. So, today's a bit of a special match. I talked to you that this might be a little emotional for some people, but especially for one of our players, True. True has been enlisted to the military starting June 15th, which is just next week, and we are very, very excited to cast him today and get him involved with an Alpha X series, but more than likely, it's going to be one of his last, if not the last, public performance that he has until he's done with his military service. So very, very kind of mixed feelings today going into that. But we're very excited. We've got some great games in store for you. If this is your first time joining us for an Alpha X event, welcome. We're excited to have you. These are best of 9 format show matches. So the winner of today's series, first to 5 wins, will take home the lion's share of today's prize. So !Matcherino in the chat will give you the opportunity to check out the Matcherino codes to help us get our full prize pool put together. But we're doing something a little extra special today to help honor True. And in that regard, any amount that goes above our $100 prize pool for our players will go directly towards True. So, big opportunity here if you really want to directly contribute towards True as he transitions out of StarCraft 2 life into the military life. Feel free to contribute. You can go to that link. The Matcherino link is actually in the chat right now. Feel free to click that here as we get set and ready to go for our first game. And feel free, be generous. We're very, very excited to have this. Hopefully, we will have a interview with True brought to you by Hajin Sun at the end of today's stream. So after our last game, don't peace out too quick. We definitely want to get an opportunity to speak directly with True. You might have an opportunity to contribute a question or two from the chat, so feel free to stick around and we will have that ready to go for you. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our matchup here today. True versus Kiwian. Both players are rather confident on the ladder. I actually need to find their current rankings here in Aligulac. True, I know, is in the top somewhere.
He's doing pretty well for himself. He's doing pretty well for himself, most definitely. From what I can see,
I found True. Now the trick is going to be finding Top.
Yeah, I'm looking at their ratings as well. They're actually been on a very big tear recently in terms of results. Just taking a look at it, they're on the upswing.
So True currently sitting at rank 66. I wonder if Top shows up as Top in Aligulac. It looks like he does. So he's sitting number 154. So he is a little bit further down the list, but don't let that catch you off guard. He is a good player. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about Top's Terran play and any feedback you have on that here, Passer?
Well, I think this is going to be a very interesting one because it's essentially an unstoppable force versus an unmovable wall. Top, also known as Kiwian, has a lot of experience with those very defensive, very stylistic plays where he can just essentially build up very safely and absolutely decimate his opponents with just pure methodical pushes. While true, he's one of those players who is very aggressive in the early game, very aggressive in the mid game. He tries everything he can to break your defenses. So it's essentially going to be, like a waterfall versus a rock here, and that is going to be the best part of it.
I think that's actually a really, really good way to describe that. True being the absolute waterfall, and that waterfall is just filled with Zerglings, just flooding across the map. Doesn't matter what map it is, it's just all the way across the sky. Double rainbow, except that rainbow is completely Zergling. So True, a very, very aggressive, I even hesitate to say the word cheesy player in his matchups. But it'll be interesting to see how these two players interact with each other in this series. It is a best of 9, so we could see some varying styles come out of this when you know that you have a few games up front that, you know what, if I lose game 1, game 2 to something kind of fun or cheeky, not a big deal, but it'll be interesting to see what our two players bring to the table today.
Exactly, and I mean that's kind of the thing. He's really adopted that NA style. Like you said, it's not really cheesy. It's just I kind of want to say the no regret style. Just I actually forgot the word for it, but light pressure. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Just battle cruiser opening, just some light pressure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 16 battle cruisers, just a little bit of light pressure.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and open up our first lobby.
Ooh, it's gonna be Nightshade first. I really like this as the starting map.
Yeah. We're gonna cycle. It looks like we're gonna be playing old maps. I was wondering maybe if we would be playing new maps. Our Into the Alpha X series yesterday between Dark and Innovation. We got to play some of the new maps that are gonna be in the pool starting tomorrow, which is kind of cool. But it looks like we are going to stay on old map pool, which I guess kind of makes sense. I mean, True doesn't really need the new maps at this point. So Kiwian being a very nice fellow. And putting that all together. So talk to me about Nightshade here as a Terran player. What's your thoughts on the different opportunities on this map for Terran?
Well, the thing about this map is that it's a little bit larger, so for the Zerg, it's going to be a little bit easier to kind of get those expansions in. Don't know if that's going to really play into True style, but the big thing is reinforcement points. You're going to have to really rely on that creep. You're going to have to be able to push that forward. And so for the Terran, it's essentially going to be pretty much a game of rock, paper, scissors. Can you get down those varying paths to defeat the creep? Because otherwise, your opponent is going to have a much shorter rush distance to get to you. The reinforcement point is just so far away for the Terran player. So we're going to have to see if top is going to be able to really get across that map and do the damage early on, or if he's just going to wait it back and, I don't want to call it turtling. I want to call it strategic defense.
I see. Passer, at some point here, you might want to take a look at your microphone. We're getting a little bit of static back on your end. So just to cure up that distortion. But all of the insight is very, very good. I do agree. I think Nightshade will be an interesting start to our series for both of our players. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to come up with here in game number 1. And we're going to jump in right now. Thank you for joining us, folks. We hope that you are excited to stick around for all these games. Make sure, invite your friends, get on your Discord chats, post the link, twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. Let's get our fans in here to cheer on these two players spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Terran player. Give it up for Kiwian.
And his opponent on the other side of the map, he's repping Size Storm. He is the original BTS. It is True.
All right, so winding up here for game number 1, and already we're experiencing a little bit of drop issues here. So hopefully that kind of clears itself up.
Oh, it should be okay. I don't think the players are feeling it right now because they're just playing it out, and yeah. Overall, right now it's starting off pretty standard with True just going for the regular hatch gas pool, and Top, he's not hiding anything out on the map, so that's, I mean, as standard of a TVZ as you can get right now.
Well, now I'm starting to wonder if I hope it's not me, but I mean, someone is absolutely, like, I don't think it's me, but we'll have to see here if the world, because I don't have any encoding issues. OBS is saying I'm just fine, so I'm hopeful it's not me, but we'll have to see. Neither one of our players really making a stink about it right now, so. Well, apparently my ping is rather high. So, it's coming down. I think we're going to be fine. This should be good. So, we are winding up here. As you said, Passer, nothing too crazy getting started here on game number 1. And it's kind of a coin flip, right? I mean, we could go either direction on that, where players might decide to try opening super aggressive just to be fun and see what their opponent's willing to do or not do. But also at the same time, they might go, okay, we got 9 games to play. If we open up super aggressive here, maybe I show my hand a little bit too early when I need a strong counter style play game 3 or 4 to get me back into the series. So totally fine to see our 2 players open up a little bit standard here.
Well, exactly, and that's kind of the big thing as well, is we do have 3cc for Top, so that does mean that he wants to play it a lot more economically, and True did go for a much faster 3-hatch, so that he's trying to build up as well. Based off what we can see out of kiwian right now, it's not really looking like anything too surprising just yet. He's got those Hellions on the way. The Reaper just trying to get a little bit of damage done, doing a pretty good job of just kind of delaying that third base's expansion. And yeah, I mean, neither side has really showed their hand just yet. I'm really excited to see if kiwian does decide to go for mech on this map, because of how large it is. So that Hellion Cyclone style would be pretty nice to deal with, but I'm loving this move from True. Just sending in a couple of things, trying to delay the mining, and so far doesn't get too many workers, but he does delay a little bit of that economy for a couple seconds.
Has a very quick third command center here out of kiwian, and he's buried it deep into the base, so the vision of True has not scouted it just yet. In fact, actually he saw as far deep as the starport, but doesn't get a chance to see the third. So the third is going to be hidden for just a little bit of time. Looks like the second Overlord is going to dive on in and try and confirm whether or not this is in fact going to be a big dive. But just a little bit more light harassment here from kiwian going forward with this game. It is going to be Banshee Cloak as well, and True is going to be able to scout that. So he does see the Banshee come out. He does see the third base. So good pressure coming from kiwian on True's side of the map as he does try to move out to a third.
Now we do have Banshees on the way for kiwian as well. Behind us, it is going to be Bio, as it's just going to be sitting behind us. But here we go. The big launch into the base. Actually going to take out a lot of these lings to go straight for the mineral line. True, able to pull away before losing too many, but 7 workers already going down. That is already worth it for kiwian right now. And he's going to get even more as kiwian needs to split. Actually, 13 workers going down in the entirety. And actually going to get out of there with maybe one of those Hellions. So that is some really good damage.
All right. Not really sure what's going on, chat, on some of the connection issues here. Still trying to figure it out. So thank you for being patient. We do appreciate it. I have eyes on the chat all the time. So if you do see something, feel free to say something. I do appreciate that. But we are working through it, just so you are aware. And thank you for your patience here. These Lings of True, I mean, this is that waterfall we were talking about here in the pregame, where True just loves to pour across the map and cause as much chaos as possible. He's not going to get 14 drones or 14 SCVs worth of kills here, but a little bit of lost mining time on the third base location, forcing out some more immediate units at the front, is going to help with the issue of how much he lost on that push from Kiwian. Behind this, he is getting his lair all the way up. 1-1 is on the way, as well as Banelings. So True just getting set up for that bio tank style that's going to be coming from Kiwian here in the mid game.
Indeed, indeed. So Kiwian, the pressure has kind of come down a little bit. We see that couple of Banshees just kind of hanging around. And just kind of powering up behind it. Like you said, he's got that pressure going on at the third base. That's finished up. And he still has another wave of Zerglings coming across. So overall, this is what we were talking about. And Banshee's just going to go in, get a little bit of work done. We got the armory on the way for those upgrades coming in. And yeah, we are firmly in the mid game here. Both sides have kind of chilled out a little bit.
4 more drones going down here. These Banshees getting a lot more work done than I probably even thought, because I wasn't even looking at it. But behind this, True's actually pulling down his 5th base. He's really trying to leap ahead in that economic advantage, but I'm a little worried for him at this point. He doesn't have a whole lot of army to deal with this. He does have Lings. I don't believe he has any Banelings just yet. He's kind of waiting as long as possible to get those Banelings. Baneling speed already on the way. Should be ready, for the second wave of this push. So this is going to be very difficult, though. Tank sitting on the high ground. Kiwian going to try and use the obscured cover of the weeds to deal more damage here. Only Queens is not going to be able to hold this off here. The tank's not quite in range. Does take one pot shot at a Queen. The Queen energy is going down drastically, but here come the Lings. Tank still on the high ground here. Nice little wraparound of Lings on the high ground to help deal with the tank, and the tank will finally fall. These Marines are in a good position, though. They will be able to get a decent amount of damage, but True, with an overwhelming army force, will be able to push that away. But that army force pales in comparison to what Kiwian has back at home. 77 to 66, and Kiwian taking a significant supply lead.
You know, I'm not liking this Muto transition, actually. Just all things considered, it came really late in the game. So the question is this going to really be enough? You got Widow Mines. They're going to have their upgrade very soon. There's plenty of Marine production. It's 9 at a time. And essentially, there's not that many places you can really hide those Mutilisks where they're not in range of those Marines. So we're going to have to see what he is able to do with that. And, Kiwian just keeping the pressure on. He is not content to just stay behind a wall, taking out a few of those Mutilisks. Even trying to bait some of those shots from the Widow Mines, getting some of the medevacs, but that's not going to be enough because he is losing so many Mutilisks to this.
Well, and True's able to clean up the aggression on the left-hand side of the map, but Kiwian trying to already work down the creep on the right-hand side as well. Thor's already incoming to help mitigate the damage of the mutas, so this is going to transition rather quickly at this point. And I think I agree with you here. I mean, this Mutiling Bane is now kind of in full swing here, but it does come a little bit late, and it gives Kiwian plenty of opportunity to be able to prepare for it effectively. There are plenty of turrets here at the third base location. Marines already in position as well. Pick off a couple of mutas for the trouble. And 2 workers, really not a great trade. Anytime you're trading out Muta for worker, it's just not good for the Zerg. And it's only going to get more difficult for those Mutas to get work done here as the Thors start hitting the field. But they're going to try their hardest diving in on top of the back of the mineral line. And, I mean, the splits by kiwian here are very, very strong. Those Mutas kind of get caught between a rock and a hard place. Somehow they managed to pick up just a little bit more value. But with 1 Thor out on the field and numerous Marines and mines, they are going to be forced away. 7 workers all in all, so not a terrible trade, but True's going to get more damage done if he wants to continue moving forward.
Yeah, one of the big things about this style, Link Bay Muta as well, is that it does delay that Hive Tech, that higher tier, because you're using so much gas for the Mutalisk, so much gas for all the Banelings. So we only just now have that infestation pit finishing up at 11 minutes in the game. And here we go. True is actually going to try and break this position, but there is just so much here for kiwian. A big majority of True's forces was not with us as well, so the Mutalisk trying to fight. They're going to get picked off as well. The Banelings need to get on top of this. Kind of a semi-surround here, but is it going to be enough? Just amazing splits from kiwian/top here. And he is starting to really break through this defense.
Well, the more that he can get True to fight off of creep, the better. But True, making the most of the situation here, does even everything out. He holds on to that base too. I think that's the big takeaway here. Is he's able to hold on to his 5th base. His 6th base is already incoming. True able to push across the map. Hive Tech also on the way, but he's going to continue to commit. He was going to put down +2 flyer attack here. He wants to commit to these Mutalisks and continue to force kiwian into more and more Thor production.
I just don't know if that's the right decision here, as there's only 5 Mutas left. He lost quite a few of them. It looked like he wanted to attack that base, but wisely decides to back off. He just doesn't have the forces to deal with that. And actually, yeah, like I was saying, without that Hive Tech, he's going to be very delayed on getting those +3 attacks for his ground units. So they're not going to be doing as much damage here as +3 attack finishes for kiwian. So overall, True, his whole thing right now is he needs to have a rock-solid defense in order to stay in this game and to close it out.
Well, and he's going to have to do it on the heels of lower supply here. True still working to get up to that full supply cap. He's got the minerals if he wanted to put it into Zerglings and just top himself off. But, I mean, he's already got 30 lings incoming. So working on trying to figure out how he wants to engage this army. The armies are going to split here, top and bottom on the map. All of the major tech is going to be on the top side army here. Oh, the obscured
Beautiful
terrain here allows for a really nice Baneling hit. And True kind of channeling his inner Terran here, trying to split the army in 2, focus on different parts of the map. But I think the higher tech portion of the top army is going to be able to mitigate some of that damage, and he's going to be able to get that 6th base out. And kiwian just continuing to push himself further and further out onto the map.
Yeah, and taking a look at that creep spread, this is exactly what I was talking about for this map. kiwian able to push that back, so True's attack paths are really heavily delayed here, and we're going to see he's going to attack once again off of creep. Those Widow Mines going to get some nice connections as well. The Thors do get taken out, which is pretty good, but overall True is just expending a lot of resources on these attacks in order to try and get some damage done. He is going to get this base, but at what cost, Polaris?
Well, I think it's actually a pretty decent cost, too. True sets aside a good chunk of his army to try and engage effectively, and he trades out for some higher tech units for mostly just Ling Bane. This 7th base is not going to go down. The top right corner is just not going to secure. And what I think True needs to focus on is he needs to focus on this lower left, probably 7 o'clock base of kiwian. True just doesn't know knows his existence yet, and it's just continuing to be able to get more and more value. But kiwian, being the smart player, putting all of the pressure and the focus on the top right side, saying, you're never going to take a look at this base because you're going to always have your screen up on the top side. That tank position finds a great perch once again and is able to get so much value. True is going to try and engage here on the bottom side. The mine micro is a lot stronger this time. Big Polo Workers is going to find itself under Ling aggression fire here. But kiwian's going to be able to trade this out just a lot more effectively here. 16 workers do go down, but I mean, he's got the energy to drop mules. I don't think that's going to be a major issue here. There just really isn't any response to the army up top.
Yeah, it's currently 90 to 124 here. You never want to see that as the Zerg player, because your whole thing is just overwhelming with large amounts of links. And even cleaning up this small attack on the bottom is going to be very cost inefficient for him. He does have those Corruptors, but I think he wants those Broodlords at this point. If he had the Broodlords, he'd be in a much better position. And just staying on links, it's just not going to be enough to deal with this. Yeah, he's also getting attacked at his other base, taking out a lot of his drone count, and troop supply is just plummeting here. I think, while he's not exactly dead yet, I think he will be tapping out pretty soon.
Yeah, True's definitely on the ropes here with what he's able to accomplish. At some point, I mean, you let the Terran player get so many bases, and it's just so difficult to come back as a Zerg player. He's going to go into Infestors, so he's going to try and tech switch out of this. But yet another denied base here in the top right-hand corner. A cheeky little sensor tower is going to alert True to the fact, like, oh, wait, you still have that base in the 7 o'clock. Ah, that's so frustrating. Especially when it comes off of the heels of 2 base kills for True. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's just one of those where True's going to hang on as long as he possibly can. Oh, look at that mine. Look at that patient. Look at the patience on that mine. Oh, I don't even think it got as much damage as it could have, but it absolutely got more than it would have not babysat. And there goes another base. So, True continuing to play from the back foot.
Yeah, this is not good for him right now. He is starting to push that creep a little bit forward, but honestly, at this point in the game, you want to be around that 5th base position with that creep. He's got the Infestors, but I think with this engagement coming up, that there's not going to be enough support through here. He does get some nice Baneling connections, but I think this is going to be it. And there we go, the tap out. kiwian takes game number 1.
All right. Chat, we're gonna take a brief production break. We're gonna try and see if we can figure out the issues here that we're having with our audio. Don't go anywhere. This is the Into the Alpha X Super Series between True and kiwian. We'll be right back right after this. Thanks for being patient. All right, hello friends. Oh, I actually am gonna need to fix that here soon. We're trying to test around with our audio, so thank you for being patient, and we are hopeful that things are gonna get squared up here for game number 2. So you won't see Passer's face just yet. We're gonna see if we can get the audio fixed up, and then we will jump into getting some video for you. But we are headed to game number 2. It's going to be on Everdream here. Kiwian up 1-0 in the series. Everdream's actually going to be a map that stays around in the pool. How do you feel about Everdream carrying over into the next season, Passer?
I hate Everdream with a passion, and I don't know why it is so... I don't know why. It's one of those maps.
It's just one of those maps. Well, then I guess that makes sense, because as a Zerg player, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with this map. So we're gonna go ahead and get jumped in here to map number 2. We're just gonna have to work with our robot overlord Passer here for now. So thankful that you guys are here to hang out and enjoy. We need to see what's going to happen with our top right player here, spawning in the red shorts, playing for Storm Gaming. Give it up for True.
And his opponent down here, he's repping the blue corner. He's retired before, but he is not out just yet. He is representing himself, Kiwian. Got my words tangled just because there is so much you could say about these guys. These guys started roughly the same time, actually, and they've really been in the scene for a long period. You know, True playing for Generic Green Wings at one point. He's become kind of the NA Korean player, kind of like Bolt and Violet. And he's really made a name for himself outside of Korea, as has Kiwian/Top.
Yeah, I actually remember when True came over, I think full-time, was it in 2017, to start playing as
16.
Was it 2016? Okay. I remember seeing him at DreamHack Atlanta in 2017 then. I was thinking that was his first year playing for Storm and being, like you said, that NA force to be reckoned with, and watched him actually go all the way to the finals of DreamHack Atlanta. I think that was a base trade TV event. DreamHack Atlanta didn't have an official WCS event, so base trade did a really cool opportunity, and True was one of their featured players. A couple other players, I think, at that event, if you remember, Suppy. Suppy is an older name in the series, as well as a couple of new names. A very unknown player as Future, playing when he was still young enough that he didn't even qualify for WCS. So it's very cool to see what True has brought to the series as a whole. I can't say that I've actually followed Kiwian that close. I think by the time that I really got into the StarCraft 2 Pro season and seen that Kiwian was already in his first set of retirement.
Well, it's actually a fun fact about True. Back in 2016, while he was waiting for a visa, he actually had to forfeit his round of 32 spot in GSL. And he actually missed the first 2 seasons of WCS. So the only way he could actually make the global finals was by winning in the spring. And you know what? He pulled out all the stops, and he actually qualified from 2016, halfway through the season, only one event, and he qualified based off of that with a fresh WCS account. He had 0 points when he came to the US. So that just shows his determination and how good of a player he is. And I mean, Kiwian, he was fighting against the only people he really lost to in the beginning of his life was those GSL Code S champions like Fruit Dealer, Tester, Clyde, that kind of stuff. And I mean, you know, Top, he's a really good player. I can't say really too much else about him.
Well, Kiwian is starting to wind up here for his considered attack here. He is going to get that pre-Infernal Igniters for his Hellion. So Blue Flame will be on the way. Very, very good against a largely Ling Bane army. But behind this, Drew's already thrown down his Roach Warren. I think he's going to be set and ready to go. But it's going to be a drop in the main that comes initially here. I'm not sure. I don't think that's going to line up with Blue Flame. He's going to hit that main unless he sits and waits just a little bit. But we'll set him up.
I don't think it will. No, this definitely won't. But already on top of this is True just kind of preventing that. kiwian needs to keep these alive for right now to keep that firepower with the next push. The Roaches are going to be coming out, which is going to help, but the Hellbats are going to be absolutely devastating here if True does not have enough defense. And honestly, he doesn't even really have enough gas to to make as many Roaches as he needs here, even splitting them off. Oh man, this is about to be really bad.
Well, and kiwian's actually holding himself back here at the third base. True does come out with the Roaches. And the Roaches are going to be able to jump on top of this. The drop in the main gets actually nothing done effectively. He loses a couple of those, and True does a great job holding that. Look at that supply difference. Jumps ahead 35 supply.
Okay, yeah, that actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was about to be. But I'm loving this. True just saying, you want to attack me? Guess what? You now have nothing at home because you spent so much to make that push. So all he has is a couple of Hellions back at home. And now kiwian is doing some more damage here. This is actually only Zerglings to defend. But now True is returning the favor back at kiwian's base.
Well, I'm actually surprised that he's holding these SCVs at the front wall for as long as he is. I mean, he's tossed away so much SCV supply here. I mean, it's not quite an even trade. 13, 14 drones. Actually, still losing drones. Oh, they've got the drop not cleaned up yet in the natural here. But so finally getting that picked off. 14 drones to 8. But I mean, there's a tank here. I think he absolutely holds this, especially with a tank and a Banshee. So Drew's going to be forced to walk back, but he's still in a great position here. He's able to anchor himself back down onto 3-base economy, and kiwian still trying to scrap together, getting out to a third. The orbital command is incoming, but yeah, kiwian's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get back into this game.
Now, this is the point where Mutalisks are actually going to be really good here. We see kiwian's going to be going for mech. It'll probably be Cyclones. We'll have to see, because he is getting a couple of safety tanks right now, so it's not yet seen. True does need to defend these a little bit better here, but he's got those Mutalisks going to be on the way. And if those catch True, or Top rather, off guard, then you're going to get massive amounts of damage done before you can really get a response out as the Terran player going mech.
I mean, anytime kiwian can trade off 4 to 6 Hellions for 18 drone kills, I mean, that's an excellent way to get back into this game. True does not want to be having to build 18 more drones at this point. But kiwian does get a scout on the Spire and immediately transitions into Thors to help mitigate some of that damage. But yeah, I think if kiwian can continue to get that drone damage done to True, he'll easily put himself back into this game.
Indeed, indeed. That transition is really what he needs. And yeah, overall right now, kiwian doing all the right moves to get back into it. True is struggling a little bit with the economy. You can see he's actually equal, if not less, than the Terran player here. But here we go. You know, the first wave of Mutalisks is going to be coming across the map. The Thors are in position. The missile turrets are up. So True, going to be hard pressed to get the damage done here.
kiwian with a great setup here. True's going to get a few worker kills. He's going to pick off... oh, you know what? I don't think I would have guessed that he was going to pull 8 workers here. You had told me 8 to 10, I would have laughed at you. But yeah, True makes the most of a bad situation here and is able to pick off 8 workers. Might be able to snag 1 or 2 more. No, not really. Doesn't want to risk it. And he's going to fly most of those over top of Thors. So those are going to be out for a while. But I mean, like I said, making the most of a kind of a rough situation here. Does get a nice jump on the Hellion run by that was positioned over on the top side of the map, and the Mutalisk will be able to push that all the way back home. But in terms of where they want to head, it looks like True is going to continue trying to double down on that air attack, getting that flyer upgrade level 1, but also staying true to those roaches down on the ground. So I was wondering why he brought 8 gases onto the field, and I absolutely know why now. I mean, he's wanting to commit into roaches and Mutalisk. That does take a large gas bank.
Indeed, I'm really liking the addition of the burrow as well. Just burrowed roaches are such a threat in all aspects of this game. Now, kiwian, he's got better upgrades than the Zerg player right now. Honestly, I don't like how True is going for the +1 attack on those flyers because you're not really going to get too much more out of them. But yeah, True is maxed out, so he will be having to go for a push here pretty soon. And while this little offense is going on from kiwian, he's going to try and get in there, but there's just way too many siege tanks to deal with.
I mean, this is an impossible place to break with just roaches. I mean, even with Zerglings and Mutalisks, that just becomes an impossible battle to fight. So True does the right thing. He does go over and check out the 4th to see maybe he's got a different angle that he can engage in upon and create more damage. But kiwian's going to do once again. He's going to take 5 or 6 Hellions. He's going to try and roast as many drones as he possibly can. He's going to dive on in and still take out double digits worth of drones. True has just got to be frustrated with this.
Yeah, I mean that's the big thing right now too. Just having trouble taking care of these small attacks here. kiwian just pushing his way through each and every single time to get that amount of damage. And I mean, there's not much else you can really say about that. He's just getting so much work done here. And True just keeps trying to find these angles to attack in. And overall, he's going to try and get into the 3rd base once again. He may actually start pushing through here if the siege tanks get some good biles, but so far they're just getting way too many shots off to make this worth it.
Ooh, actually almost gets a couple of convenient biles down on the retreating SCVs, but yeah, the siege tank count is just so good. Apart from the siege tanks on the low ground, they're spread out effectively. True's only going to be able to get biles to connect with 1 at a time. The 5th base does also get lifted up and pushed away as a part of this. So I think this is, again, this is just a continuing difficult position for True to engage into. There's plenty of siege tanks to cover. Planetary fortresses make that increasingly more difficult. And on top of that, plenty of anti-air to deflect the mutas. And True is just going to continue to try and throw himself in here. He does get a pretty nice surround on the units here and is actually able to get a good chunk of the tanks, but so many of the tanks are just left untouched here. One tank in the back has 13 kills on top of the myriad other kills from all of the destroyed tanks at this point. True is going to be able to push that 3rd base location off for now, but I think as kiwian continues to advance forward, his difficult to engage upon units will just become greater in number, and it'll just be getting more and more difficult.
Yeah, especially if he keeps up the drops like he has been doing. 2 more workers going down, and he gets out of there with all of the Hellions. And this is kind of showing what True style is. He pushes against you. If you're a wall, he's just going to keep hitting you with overwhelming units and try and whittle you down. But kiwian is not having any of that right now. He's just reinforcing his position so well. His macro is on point, and he's not really being whittled down like True would like at this point. And yeah. I think the Vipers are a good call here. He's going to need those to get back in here. Look at this, so many Hellions coming in, so many dead drones.
And And again, this is just an increasingly frustrating and difficult thing to deal with. Now the Ravagers kind of getting choked up on themselves, increasing the amount of damage that kiwian is able to get put together on this series. And yeah, 14 more drones going down. kiwian moves out to a 5th base once again. The planetary fortress is now secured at the high gas, although he's not taking advantage of that high gas. kiwian doing a really nice job of keeping his mineral count low for the time being. But you're absolutely right. Vipers are the right call, are going to be able to help release a little bit of the siege location of these. And microbial shroud being researched. Oh my gosh, it's so infrequently taken that it's easy to forget it exists. 16 more workers going down. True has got to find a way to deal with the Hellions better than he is right now.
I don't know if microbial shroud's actually going to be the right call here. Isn't that only affect, what do you call them? Air units? And actually, he just canceled it, I think.
Oh,
yeah,
did
he just
really?
canceled.
Yeah, he did. Maybe that might have been a glitch in the system. That was a bug, not a feature. So
yeah, because it only has the damage from air units, I believe. So there's no real point when your opponent has absolutely no air units.
Yeah, I mean, only now are Vikings starting to hit the field, but I wonder if maybe True is expecting the Liberators to start coming out here in force. Oh, and this is going to be yet another set. He does burrow, which is better. It helps it at least forces out a scan. That's some really good Viper pulls here to try and grab some of those units. Oh, you don't want to be grabbing Medivacs at this time, True. Oh, it's not the right call. Oh, these Hellions are getting so much damage done. 26, 28 workers. The command center is going to be able to lift up and away. 8 workers go down, a handful of Thors and tanks. I mean, yeah, kiwian's just going to continue to try and hold this position down. And True just continually throwing away more and more units. And on the back of it, if he's continuing to have to make drones, or in this case, actually not remaking them fast enough, it's just going to make it super inefficient for True, and kiwian's just going to try and bleed him out.
I like this move, however. The big thing is he's got those overlords morphing in. Excuse me. So what he's going to try and do is he's going to try and get right on top of the production. If you take a look at those sensor turrets, they are missing a very key location right there in the bottom. So if you can get on top and if you can shut down the production of the meching player, then that is going to mean that you are able to essentially whittle him down, because he won't be able to reproduce fast enough, and that's where True excels, with the whittle down. So I would really hope this works for him to get him back into this game. And oh no, the Vikings are already on top of things.
I was gonna say, as you mentioned that, I think kiwian threw down one extra sensor tower, because now he does have sensor vision of that area. And the Vikings are not responding just yet. Only now are they going to engage on top of that. Yeah, and with the Medivacs bringing the Thors to the party, this is going to become a position of great loss for True. But he's going to try and make the most of it here. Does manage to pick off the tanks in the main base and begins working on those factories. But the Biles are only going to be able to get so much done as those Thors are able to lift up and away. And on top of this, I mean, I feel like this is True's last bastion of hope in this game. He does have a Nidus network incoming, and immediately kiwian's going to scan that. kiwian just so on top of all of his information in this series. I mean, such a great set of skills here for kiwian as he is engaging on his opponent here. Just very well done.
Indeed, indeed. And even going to take this other base to clean things up here. True, he keeps getting to that maxed out army, but it's unfortunately just not really the army that you need to deal with this. The Thors make it difficult to transition into Broodlords. The Siege Tanks makes it difficult to engage on the ground. There's no Vipers left here because the Vikings just take them out. So there's not really an option here for True other than to slowly try and clean up this push. And this push is slow, but it's really powerful and really deadly to deal with as the Zerg player.
And this is the moment where, as a Zerg player, you see that come onto your creep, and you're like, all right, I just have to go and try and kill you faster than you're going to kill me. And kiwian's going to do the right thing. He's going to split up that push and keep it just deadly enough at that 5th base location to be able to get a lot of work done. But some of these tanks are going to come back. But they're unsieged as of right now, so kiwian is in a little bit of danger here, but True not able to act on that entirely. Is getting a lot of damage done onto the production here. 3 factories on the low ground, and some Biles getting some very good connections here, but the question is going to be whether or not True is going to have enough to deal with this push on the bottom corner of the map. And I think kiwian's going to be able to clean this up and continue to deal more and more damage.
Oh yeah, I really feel that the Vikings picking out so many of these guys with Thors, getting some excellent shots off. He does get 18 workers dead on the other side of the map, and he will actually clean this up, but there's just not enough Mutalisks, not quick enough, and 3 Thors are going to shut that down as he loses 21 workers and that base at the bottom.
The mass Muta switch is absolutely working out for True as it sits right now. I'm a little stunned, not gonna lie. Mutas are gonna clean up this planetary fortress and immediately go flying on into the base. I mean, there's so much anti-air here that it's a little shocking that this is getting as much value as it is. But it's going to be a Nidus Worm up into the main. If the Dropper Lords aren't going to do it, Passer, the Nidus Worm will be effective.
Oh my gosh, Muta's actually taking out all of the Thors, which is great, but will he get enough out of here from the Nidus Network? It looks like so far he is going to start cleaning up the production here. I don't want to call this done just yet because the production is so spread out for kiwian that he's not going to lose everything here. But once again, the Hellions just getting so much work done. 11 more workers going down. He is going to retreat with the Nidus Network, but now he needs to keep the Mutalisks out on the field and able to essentially get areas where that Nidus Network can actually go.
So many drones go down. Once again, kiwian able to get across the map and pick off 12 more workers on top of that aggression. And True is just cycling around his unit count here now, going into a large number of roaches to try and see if he can catch where kiwian is going to go. And it's going to be Cyclones, so if he can get more of those Ravagers out on the field, True will be able to duke it out with the battle mech of kiwian. I mean, what interesting games here. I mean, we talked up True as this really crazy aggressive player, and this is our second series, and we're already into the 22-minute mark.
And the thing is, like True, he keeps getting maxed out, which is just amazing. It shows how good he is at this kind of style. He is actually whittling kiwian down a little bit, to be honest. Like, kiwian only on 5 bases. 5 bases right now, only about 3.5-ish of them are mining. And while kiwian's getting a lot of damage done, True is starting to react here, getting those spine crawlers, trying to fix things in terms of losing those workers. But it's still anyone's game, which is just hilarious to me.
Well, now the interesting part of this comes out. True loses 15 workers, but only replaces 5 of them at this point. So
yeah, at this point, you just want to have as big an army as possible. You can stay roughly on 53 workers and be okay, but you are going to need to start cleaning up some of the workers of your opponent. The Thor's going down. That's going to make it easier for the Mutas to get in if he can finish those off. And yeah, once again, True is just backed off here. He lost 50 supply in that fight, but he's already almost remaxed on it. Oh, look at this, the Nidus Swarm right on top of the siege tank so it can't fire on it. That is a really awesome move from True.
Oh, somehow that Nidus Network actually does get all the way into the base. But yeah, the tanks are there to clean that up. And once again, it's just going to be a wind up and deal as much drone damage as possible here. Another 15 workers go down for True. I don't think that at this point, I don't think there's a clear favorite right now. Both players just continuing to deal, like, it's the anything you can do, I can do better song, right? Oh, you're going to get into my base and kill my production? Okay, cool. I'll just kill 17 of your drones. And then, oh, you force a liftoff on my base here up at the 6th base location? Fine, I'll just kill more of your drones. So both players just, I mean, handing out haymakers just as quick as they can take them.
Indeed, indeed. We do have the Greater Spire coming out as well, and that's his first real big transition recently, but the question is, are there enough Thors and Cyclones to efficiently deal with that? As those Thors, they did get a big range upgrade so that the Broodlords aren't as effective, and now Kiwian, you know, he's still a bit turtly right now. He's still a little bit afraid to move out, but the big thing is true. He can't really see what's coming. His creep spread is only down the middle. He doesn't have any vision outside of his bases other than that.
I mean, and if you're gonna break a Turtle Terran in the long run, I mean, Broodlords are the right call, and he's got 5 of them incoming right now. Nice little drop in the main and one of the last mining bases of True to pick off more and more drone workers. I mean, True's still working on 62 workers, so absolutely not a bad position to play from. But, I mean, the Broodlords are going to have a difficult time trying to engage here. I think the natural location is to go up top, but plenty of tanks, plenty of Thors. And if you try to go down to the bottom side here, I mean, everything's already scouted out. You're going to get the Broodlords inside of center tower vision, and Kiwian's just going to rotate. Looks like Kiwian is going, or True is going to try and set up a little bit of a bamboozle here. Maybe try and engage those Broodlords on the bottom side to rotate out the tanks and Thors of Kiwian, but I just don't know. I mean, the coverage by Kiwian is just so good right now.
Yeah, and we see the battle mech here. Kiwian actually going to get caught out by the burrowed roaches. That was an excellent play right there to pick off a bunch of those Cyclones. And yeah, True rotating around to the bottom while also sending a small attack force to the top side of the base. Overall, he's not really going to get in there, but he is going to kind of show that he wants to go that way while also attacking the bottom if he wants to, honestly. But we already see 3 more Thors on the production tab, so those Broodlords are not going to be long for this world.
Yeah, and I think that's just gonna keep this series going even further and further along the way. Good scan on the main army here just to try and keep track of things. And I think True's going to try and use this opportunity and dive on in. Everything's clumped if he can get some of those biles down, but no biles, and tosses away his entire ground army. I think a little indecision on True's part, and it just absolutely throws everything away. He's able to remax off of this, but he can't afford to do that more than once or twice off of the bank that he currently has.
Yeah, and 7 more workers going down on the back of that, so True just keeps losing his economy. He keeps having to remake it too, so that's a lot of wasted larvae that he could be using for the remax. And yeah, now Kiwian, he smells blood in the water, and he's just going to go for a big attack. That is a lot of Thors here. If you're coming from the air, goodbye.
Yeah, and I mean, and these Thors are so good against the buildings. They're so good against massive units, so it kind of rules Ultralisk out of the equation. And it's going to be Swarm Hosts on the way here. The last-ditch effort by True. And Kiwian, you're absolutely right. Kiwian is just going to try this slow death march across the map once again. True going to respond over on the bottom side by taking out some bases of his own. But it's going to be whether or not these Swarm Hosts are going to be able to get the value that True is looking for. And he scans forward. He sees that the Swarm Hosts exist. He knows that they are going to be in his face rather soon here. We're going to have to see how he engages, though, because this is probably his last-ditch effort. And he's going to immediately just walk away from it. True is He has an army supply lead, but don't let that fool you. About 30 of that supply is currently unavailable for the next 30 seconds.
Indeed. And I mean, kiwian, he's still got enough production to remake his units as quickly as he loses them. True does not really have that ability so far. He's only got about two mining bases left, including the hidden one at the top, which really isn't mining that much. And kiwian just keeps rotating, and again, there's just no creep. So True is always fighting from behind.
Chat, can we get an NASL audio in the chat, please? Let's meme this one out. We're struggling with Discord today. Discord's giving us a little bit of a fit. So thank you so much for your patience. We really do appreciate it. We've got the NASL audio guy working for us, so you know we're doing the best that we can here. So. And kiwian just continuing his slow death march here. He's now working on his 4th base. And cleaning this off. Hey, if anything, chat, you're getting good StarCraft and you're getting the memes. So we do everything we can here at ITaX, partnering with Storm to give you everything you could ever want and all the things that you definitely didn't want to. So, yeah, this is going to be a base race situation here. Gosh, what... Passer, what's the saying about base racing a Terran? It's definitely base race him, right?
I'd never base race him and never base race him from behind either. Because holy cow, this is just going to go really bad for him. He already lost two bases and only taking out one. And he can't even kill off that planetary fortress on either side here. So he is fighting from behind. And True and kiwian, he doesn't even care. He can just rotate around and actually kill this army, and that'll be enough for him because this is the last-ditch effort from True.
I mean, he's gonna kill the base, but he's got to have something to deal with the army here, and the army swings up. The tanks are gonna get sieged, and those roaches are gonna become just rather ineffective. There are still somehow 4 Broodlords out on the map, which is kind of an interesting tale, to say the least. True able to take that top left corner base. I mean, kiwian does still have that bottom corner. But once again, so much army here, so much mech. The mech is rather damaged. But yeah, all the swarm hosts have fired their locusts. They are going to be out for just a little bit more time here. And yeah, picking off all those Broodlords is so devastating for True.
Yeah, and you can see it. All he can make are those Lings, and Lings not really the best versus actually. You know, if he can actually get on top of those siege tanks, I think Lings might actually be able to clean this up, but the problem is you can't finish the game out after that.
I mean, True is trying to set up the world's greatest surround on this army. And he's going to try and engage with everything he's got. But, yeah, the Zerglings are spotted on the top side here. Tanks are immediately going to siege and try and hold down this 5th base location. And, yeah, once again, I mean, this is just kind of a slow death here. We're into the 33-minute mark of game number 2. This is a best of 9. We might have to buckle on in here. We might be here until tomorrow at this point. But you know what? If it brings us good StarCraft 2, so be it. As kiwian is going to try and reposition himself once again. Here comes the big surround. I think this is True's last hurrah here. He is going to get a really good wraparound. Tanks do not get a chance to siege, so they will not get the sick splash damage, but True supply dropping so quickly here. And on top of the numbers that he has remaining is in mostly ineffective swarm hosts at this point. And these locusts are going to get all picked off, and True is kind of digging for his last little effort here.
He's digging for gold, but he's not going to get it anymore. These Thors, they don't have a lot of health left, but they don't really need to, because you got about 30 seconds before any of True's army can actually attack. Half the supply, and I think True will tap out here pretty darn soon.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that just yet. I mean, we've seen a lot of situations in this game number 2, but now he does finally tap out. GG is called. Game number 2 going to our Terran player kiwian once again.
GG.
Now, I don't want to jinx you, Passer, but like whatever you did in the last 3 minutes has sounded beautiful. So
I pressed the button. I
Oh.
pressed the button. That's all I can say.
whatever button you pressed, it sounded wonderful here as we are able to hear you. It seems like in the chat, people are saying positive things. Oh my gosh, that
I
never
pressed-
happens on the internet.
I pressed the stop being a noob, fix your dang audio button, I guess.
No. It's totally fine. Absolutely. We're gonna hide you for just a tiny bit more time, so that way we can get your face up for the next. And I actually need to fix your name because I realized that I just went into autopilot and I put you down as a Alpha X member. You are actually a Psystorm member. So my apologies. I would hate to make you change teams like that unwillingly. But what we are going to do is we are going to take a moment to pimp one of our sponsors here. We would not be able to do our casts and our events without great sponsors like G Fuel. You know G Fuel as the official drink of esports, and right now they're inviting you to take a trip down memory lane with their new G Fuel flavor bubblegum. It's their newest mind-blowing concoction made with 0 sugar and packed with antioxidants and vitamins. Be transported back in time with this classic taste of childhood while getting the energy and focus you've come to expect from G Fuel products. Check out their sponsor quest on our event page for more information on how to get your hands on G Fuel's nostalgic takes on a time-tested favorite. And we are so thrilled to have G Fuel as a sponsor and thank them for being able to help us fund events like the Into the Alpha X Super Series here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. And unfortunately, we did not get to show off the G Fuel this time because the camera was down. But we're going to get that fixed for next time, as well as Passer came prepared with his bottle of G Fuel today. What flavor are you drinking today?
I am actually drinking bubblegum today, which is hilarious, and it's actually a really good flavor. It just reminds you of those times when you're in school and you're just bored out of your mind, and then all of a sudden someone comes up and offers you a stick of gum, and your day just turns around until the point where that person gets mobbed by everybody who wants a piece of gum, and then there's a whole incident where the teacher calls everyone out and tells everyone to get a piece of gum or to put it away. But it is nostalgic of those good old days, and it really does taste good, and it gives you the energy that you need for this gaming marathon here, because it is a marathon.
We're definitely going to have a marathon on our hands here as we are getting set and ready to go for game number 3. Seems like we're dragging this production out just a little bit, but you know what? I guess that's fine. This is about True. This isn't about any of the rest of us. Speaking of True, exclamation point Match Reno in the chat will take you out to use some of those codes that we have available. You know what? I'll be the hero that we need. AXCOM113 will allow you to contribute a free 50-cent contribution to the prize pool, but we're going above and beyond since this is one of True's last events before he hits the military. Any amount that goes above our $100 prize pool will go directly to True. So if this is your opportunity to contribute directly, you absolutely can. Please consider it. We're going to have an opportunity to interview True at the end of this series. So feel free to take this opportunity and support one of StarCraft 2's finest Zerg players as we jump into map number 3 here on Eternal Empire, spawning in the top right-hand corner, our red Terran player. Playing for Team Terran. Let's be real. Give it up for kiwian.
And his opponent, he is going to Zerg rush all of South Korea's enemies when he goes to the military on the 15th. He's repped Psystorm Gaming for 4 years now. Give it up for our Blue Zerg player, True. And just a heads up, guys, you guys have been awesome because that code that we've been pushing is now completely used up. And that means you guys have been amazing at using that code and adding money to the prize pool, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Yeah, we're always so thrilled. Match-Reno is such a great partner for StarCraft 2 esports, and we are very, very grateful that everybody helps contribute to help make Match-Reno more motivated to contribute in future events. So thank you so much. Don't just do that for Alpha X. Make sure to do that for all of your different StarCraft 2 supporters. Like I know Wardy does a great job. The OSC circuit has a great presence with Match-Reno as well. The more you use those codes, the more that they will then kick back into StarCraft 2, and it's just a lovely little circle. So, please, 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 continue being awesome people and making that happen. And feel free, let them know, thank them. I mean, it's definitely something that they do that helps out our scene, and we want to make sure that they continue to do that in the future. So use those codes, recognize Match-Reno whenever you can. Check out all of the amazing sponsors that help make StarCraft 2 esports possible, and the world's a better place because of it. All right.
Indeed, just like how kiwian is having fun here with this Reaper coming in. Gets one drone. That's never supposed to happen. And he's actually going to get out of there as well. I wish he could get that that creep to over here, but he's not going to be able to get that without losing the Reaper. True. He's got that third base nice and early, which I really like, because that means he is going to be able to explode in that production.
So, I mean, at this point, it's just going to transition into a nice little macro game. That Reaper does get one kill. Is going to push all the way off again. And it's kind of cool to see that both of our players are gonna spend as much time as they possibly can to get some great games out. Gonna be another 1-1-1 back behind on this. And we've had a couple of questions in the chat while things continue to wind up here in this game number 3. So kiwian is not going to the military. It's just true. kiwian is just being an awesome opponent for our player today. And also because of Korean rules, or Korean military rules, players that are in the military are not allowed to stream. Now, it has been pretty common to see players play. So there have been a lot of ladder sightings, if you will. Like I know Polt was very much that way, that he got to a point where he was able to play on the ladder but not able to stream. Kept up his StarCraft 2. I know Parting was kind of in that same boat as well, where he was able to play but just not represent himself publicly. So one of the other parts is that I'm not able to compete in tournaments of any kind. So yeah, GSL is not able to be an option for True at this time. Parting wasn't in the military? What? Are you sure?
I think they are correct about that.
Oh, shoot.
But Polt definitely was. Polt's gotten back to streaming recently, even though he's doing a bit of League of Legends until the new season. But yeah, the rule is essentially you can't make any money from any external source other than the military. And yeah, so we won't be seeing True for a little bit here. I'm not sure. Did kiwian actually already do his military service? I seem to remember him disappearing for a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well, and now I'm scared to speculate. No. I'm always appreciative when we get the fact checkers out in chat, because I want to give you proper True information. And speaking of True, he's just losing those drones once again. kiwian making the most out of these Hellions.
Yeah, just doing so much work here, and again, True is going to have to remake those workers here. You can't afford to make any army units when you need to remake all of those drones. And behind this, it is going to be bio once again here, so a lot less turtle-y, I feel, because it's a lot harder to turtle with Terran when you're doing bio. So we'll have to see here, and actually kiwian reveals the fact that he has a Banshee. You never want to do that before it's halfway across the map, I feel.
Yeah, he does already have a Banshee Cloak out. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Loses the advantage of the surprise on that. True actually already pre-responding to that. He already had all of his spores down in his bases, so he would have been okay in that regard. So kiwian not afraid to try to push off those Zerglings at this point, but a little bit of damage done to that third base that helps out a lot. Behind this True, trying to go into that Baneling bio force style. He's got his 1-1 most of the way completed. Should be done here in the next 15 seconds. Well, 1-1 of kiwian already on the way as well, about halfway done. And True just going to try and continue expanding out onto the map. Really good creep coverage on the left-hand side, still trying to work it out on the right-hand side.
And that's kind of been his problem in the last couple of games. He hasn't been able to get that creep spread out. Now that he's got good coverage, he can really push to the edge of that creep, and you can see how far forward his forces can be with that. Also, in the chat, they did let us know that Top does not need to go to the military because of a health issue, so he will get to avoid the military service. But he's not gonna get to avoid this run by True here. He's gonna try and get in there and do some damage.
Well, nice little wall at the third base. We'll be able to push that off. Just enough Marines to not stop the engagement, but to definitely discourage it from happening here. But kiwian's going to move down to the bottom side here. Nice little siege position on this ramp will make it difficult for True to try and engage, and this fourth base is now under fire. There isn't a whole lot here. Baneling speed, it's going to be another 12 seconds, but that's not going to be enough time to protect this base, so he's going to have to try and engage here. And with slow Banelings, he's able to get on top of it, and now he does have that Baneling speed, but he just doesn't have the number of Banelings anymore, so this bio is going to be able to push this back and away. This fourth base will more than likely fall.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but on the other side of the map, True actually able to break through there. He gets right on top of the reinforcements. The Widow Mines getting some really good connections, going to finish off a lot of those links, but there are still so many to take out, as many SCVs as they want here. The reinforcements barely able to defend that, but he is still losing so much economy to this. This is True's move here. This is good.
Yeah, it still has Zerglings wreaking havoc in that natural. So much lost mining time here. And there's a couple of Zerglings still working on gas miners at the third. True dealing so much chaotic damage. Behind this, he's able to get his Spire out. He does have Mutalisk on the field as well. And this is where True has shined in game 1 and 2, where he's able to create some of this chaos in the middle portions of the game. But now he needs to find a way to secure the damage. He's going to have to try and find a way to hold this fourth base. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves kind of in a similar situation as we did in games 1 and 2. Those tanks in a really nice position here at the bottom of the ramp, just not onto creep. And they're going to deal so much damage to those Banelings if they're not accompanied by Mutas and Lings. And kiwian already putting pressure on once again.
Oh, this is actually pretty good here. The Muta is going to come back, take out those siege tanks. He did waste quite a few Banelings on the tanks, however, which I'm not sure of. He is able to clean this up, but True starting to take that army supply lead, and he has just so many links, so many Mutas on the production tab. He hasn't lost any, which is already miles above the last couple of games here. So these Mutas gonna really starting to snowball here. And look, there's actually nothing here to defend against them. Oh my gosh, Mushi, this is gonna be terrible for kiwian.
Oh, yeah, without the option to get into those mass Thors, it's gonna make it very, very difficult. Widow Mines are on the way, but it's off of a tech lab structure, so those are just gonna come out one at a time, and he needs way more than that. These Mutas are gonna get so much damage done. Picking off workers that are building those turrets. 13 workers going down. The Marines are finally in large enough numbers that they're going to be able to push this off. Oh, no. A little bit of a surprise attack here. True getting boxed in. He's going to lose so many of these Mutas, but 14 workers going down. I mean, True got the damage that he was looking for.
The thing is, he still has quite a few of those Mulisks. Although he is starting to lose them to the missile turret, they are so weakened right now. 20 workers going down, which is pretty nice. But like you said earlier, you don't want to really be trading Mulisks for workers here. Although I gotta say, kiwian, 48 workers. He is starting to feel the pinch now.
Yeah, this is good. That is a great disparity if you're a Zerg player. Mules will have a difficult time catching back up in that regard, especially when you still want to have those scans available. I mean, True's not above laying baneling mines out onto the map and trying to sneakily blow up a good chunk of your army. And True, looking much more confident in this game, is going to try and come up here. Oh, tries to get a nice little wall off, but leaves 2 of those open, so those Banelings and Zerglings are a little more filtered. A little bit of cute play by kiwian here. Does manage to stabilize that. And I think True's going to try and swing around to the top side here. Oh, does a nice job of picking off this drop here on the top side. This is going to immediately get cleaned up. And True staying on top of the tempo of this game. This is what he lacked in games 1 and 2, and he's definitely managing that a lot better here.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, he's got a little bit of a timer, does True, because those +3 upgrades are going to be finishing up here soon for our Terran player. But I'm loving this. He's going to move into 2 different locations here. The Mutas forcing a big majority of those units away, and the wall is open, and it is now cleaned up. So now True is absolutely ravaging the middle of the line. Once again, kiwian dropping in supply here. I don't know how he's going to finish this game up.
I mean, I can tell you how he's going to finish the game up. It's going to involve the G button at some point, but kiwian's going to try and keep on top of this as much as he can. He's just hemorrhaging workers left and right. 30 workers gone down at this point, and another big swell of Lings and Banelings come on in. The mine trying to do everything it possibly can to mitigate some of this damage, but the Ling is just a little bit too strong here. kiwian is going to try and push across the map here and deal as much damage as possible at the 4th base. Oh, a lot of those mines getting a lot of friendly fire. I think that's going to clean up just enough supply here for True to jump on top of this. Oh, not quite brave enough. He's worried about those mines, but all of those mines are phased off. They're going to be done for about another 10 seconds here, and True finally getting the damage that he's looked for and maintains that amazing 33 worker lead. And that's all it's going to take.
There we go. GG.
GG is called,
True.
and True coming back.
Makes it a series.
Oh, we're going to have a series here. All right. We're going to get Passer put back. We have graduated him. We've taken him out of the timeout corner for all of his audio issues. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do a short break here. We'll get the rest of our production back up and running here for you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We're going to be headed to Game 4 here in just a moment. You're watching the Into the Alpha X series. My co-caster is Passer. My name is Rushy. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, and welcome back. Well, I thought we got ourselves put together here again, but clearly we are missing one component of it. Let's see if I can get this all figured out. Oh, we've done it. Passer, we can see your beautiful face once again.
Well, I don't know what you're looking at. I have an ugly face.
No. Oh, well, you know, one of the best parts about running production is not only having clean, quality production, but it's also about being able to jump things on the fly. Is that G Fuel that I see you drinking there?
That is indeed some bubblegum G Fuel. Like we were telling you guys earlier, this is some awesome stuff here. But we won't tell you too much about it because we're already hopping into our next game in Simulacrum.
Ah, we are gonna get all up into this business here at game number 4. Kiwian up 2-1 in this best of 9 series. If you guys were worried, God, you know, I just don't know if I'm gonna get a lot of value out of my free StarCraft 2 content today. Well, boy howdy, do we have a series for you going right now. And we are going to get ourselves wound up. Here we go. We're gonna get that transition, show that beautiful ITaX logo, and hop on into game number 4. Spawning in the top left of Simulacrum, our red Terran player. Looking to increase his lead in this series. Give it up for Kiwian.
And with a dominating third game performance here, making it a true series, he is representing Psystorm Gaming, True.
That was truly a good pun. Very well done. You might say that pun came straight from the top.
Yeah, it just sort of creeped up on me.
Hey, thanks for dropping your Twitch Prime onto the ITaX stream here.
And there goes our viewer count.
No. No. If there's one thing I've learned about StarCraft 2 players, puns are appreciated, even if it's just like the oh my god, really? Because we all need a good laugh these days. There's lots to be upset about in the world, regardless of what you're looking at. We always need more things to be happy about. So thank you so much, in all seriousness, Passer, for that Twitch Prime sub to our stream. Of course, all of you in the chat, if you would like to contribute and match Passer at his Twitch Prime, you may do so. We will absolutely love and appreciate it. Certainly not required, but always appreciated. But one thing that we do want you to take a peek at is that Matcherino. So exclamation point Matcherino in the chat. Make sure that you do take a look at that. All of our codes are taken care of. So thank you so much for helping out with that. If you would like to contribute above and beyond, all of that money above our prize pool will go straight to True as he transitions into the military. So do check that out. We would love to be able to offer him a great prize package at the end of today's event. So don't delay. Call now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good sponsor events, which I really enjoy about Matcherino adding. So you can still do it for free. All you got to do is like follow G Fuel, some of our other sponsors, or if you want some really cool merch, that actually contributes to the prize pool as well. But you know what? Kiwian is contributing to the death of drones. He's already going to go for one of them. Gets it really weakened out. And actually, oh yeah, True. He doesn't want to lose a worker this game, and he might actually kill off the Reaper if Kiwian can't get out of there.
Oh, it's going to be really close. I think he's going to start getting some of the healing back so he can take another nibble. But nope, that Reaper is going to peace on out. Actually, 0 kills, though. No kills for that Reaper.
Yeah, True. Already turning it on this game and the last. Like we saw, he kind of struggled because he did bring it into the late game, which is not his strongest part. But once he starts getting that momentum in the mid game, that's where he really excels. That's his turf. You cannot destroy him there.
Well, I think True's going to try and make this game go just a little bit faster here as a swarm of Lings now heading across the map. 10 more Lings in production behind this. There's no tech underway. He's pulled all the way off of gas. This is going to be just a nice little surround here as he jumps on top of the units here at the front, and there's really not a lot here. Oh, just about a half second away from having Lings all the way into the main would have been devastating for Kiwian, but Kiwian able to hold this off for right now. He is going to lose his supply depot. His orbital command is going to be forced to lift here. But if you're True, how do you transition? You don't have any Banelings.
Well, he is droning up behind it. He's droning up behind it, which is really nice, so he didn't expect for this to be an all-in. But he does need to realize that this is going to be battle cruisers out of Kiwian here in just a sec.
No, and I mean, this is a good delay if it is going to be into battle cruisers. The more gas that he can prevent from being mined on this map, the better. Only 4 Hellions at this point. Well, now a second pair come out here. So 6 Hellions should be able to push these Lings all the way back and off his side of the map. But the Overlord is going to try and get some of that valuable information. Only getting in as far enough to see the starport, doesn't see the tech lab. But with that many Hellions on the map, you've got to start wondering if you're true. You've got to start wondering if BCs are going to be on the way.
Well, I think he knows that he's true. You said he's got to wonder if he is true. But I'm loving this right now because the battlecruiser is going to come out. There's actually not that much defense here from True just yet. But the thing is, you did say he saw the starport. He saw that Cloak wasn't being researched. So that really tells you a lot as True.
His queen count is a little bit on the low side. He does have 6 queens. He'll have enough to be able to push this off, but I don't know if he's going to have enough to not only juggle the battlecruiser, but deal with the Hellbats as well, and they are morphing here, and this is not a great position for True. True's immediately going to lose one of those queens, and the Hellbats are automatically going to go back to work. All the drones are forced to be pulled off of the line. Queens are clumped up. Oh, this is a great engagement for Kiwi, and this has got to be a frustrating situation for True.
Yeah, the Baneling Nest is down, but he doesn't really have the gas to get the numbers that he needs. Once again, these queens just going to start poking down on that, but they really need to stay off the front lines here. They need to stay with behind those rings, and look at that. While the Hellbats are starting to get cleaned up here, not that much worker damage actually. So honestly, I don't hate that from True.
Yeah, True does a very, very nice job of keeping that queen micro down. It does come at the cost of injects, and only now is True going to be able to replenish all of his bases with another set of queens to get those injects on the way. This is going to be a good little Baneling push here into the natural. There are a fair number of Hellions, so this isn't going to be automatic damage. True's going to have to continue working to get what he needs done. But for now, he's got the queen count he needs. He's got his inject queens back. He's done a really nice job of holding this so far.
Yeah, the battlecruiser coming home is going to help defend this. But the Hellions actually get taken out in the front. One of those Banelings actually going to get on top of one of the SCVs, but that does not get any damage done. The Lings rushing in, but there's just not enough of them to really make a difference here. So far, 4 workers going down, but that does force the remaining Hellions back. I don't know if that was fully worth it for True, but, you know, he does break down the wall, which is really nice.
Yeah, the 5 workers is okay. Trading out army essentially for those 5 workers, and he does have what he wants on the backside of this. I don't think he's going to want a whole lot of Ling Bane at this point, opting to put down that Roach Warren, going into something that's a little bit more sturdy to deal with all of the Hellions that continue to roll across the map. But those queens are completely out of position. Yeah, all of these drones are going to have to get pulled off of the line, trying to create a little bit of indecision for kiwian to buy some time. Does manage to get the drones out, so good game sense by True to keep himself in this. And yeah, and behind that, he's going to be forced into Lings to help protect all of the miners at this point. 4th base on the way as well. kiwian already down onto the low ground. And what was a dedicated push into another dedicated push into a 3rd dedicated push is now just going to move us into a normal macro game.
Yeah, it's going to be Battle Mech this time as well. Those Cyclones pushing out. True once again going to be going for that Spire tech. A little bit quicker here than he has in the last couple of times. But yeah, I mean, overall, he still has the chances for awesome defense as he pulls the green into the main base to deal with the battlecruiser. And actually going to send his Lings across, not even worry them with that Hellbat. So
yeah, the queens on the low ground would be
tricky.
Yeah, the queens on the low ground are enough with the spine crawler to shove away those Hellbats without any battlecruiser support. Now with the battlecruiser down on the low ground, he's going to have to dedicate more to this defense. as it's just going to be a little bit too much. Roaches are going to help, but there's still not a whole lot to deal with the battlecruiser itself. Lings do get across the map, but don't really find any damage. They do find the battle mech of Kiwian, though, at his third base. So Spire now completing here for our Zerg player. We are going to see some air units come out. I'll be interested. Yeah, I was just going to say, I was wondering if Corruptors are going to be on the map, as he's still not entirely sure what's going to be happening with more battle cruisers. No commitment into the Yamato cannon at this point, and as we can see, there are Liberators moving out as well. So Corruptor's still going to be a great choice.
That's actually an interesting choice to get Liberators at this stage. Like, usually you want to add them on in the later stages, just because they are so good at kind of pushing back the forces of True. But actually, True going to get in here and do a little bit more work. But on top of that, with Battle Mech, you have to push the creep back. So essentially, that's going to be the big thing here. How far is True going to be able to push out that creep? Because you need to engage Battle Mech on creep. Otherwise, you are going to be DED Pepsi.
Well, True getting a good bit of damage done here. 12 workers go down as a result of that push. And those Lings do work their way all the way back up. He sees that the starport is not on a tech lab, so no more battle cruisers incoming. And because of that information, 17 mutas hitting the field. I think he made those Corruptors just because he still was a bit unsure as to whether or not more battle cruisers were going to be on the way. But now with that increased information, he is able to flood mutas onto the field. Those are going to be great choices against what little air units that he is going to have, but it is going to create a lot more mobility for him as he tries to get out onto the map once more.
Yeah, True, not actually remaking that creep. He's instead going to be spreading it in a different location. The Mutalisks, you know, like you were saying, they're pretty good. The Corruptor is going to help out in the air as well. The Thors, oh man, those are expensive. I feel like if True just goes straight Roach, he's going to be able to clean up those Thors quite easily. But really, right now, I'd love to see True start to transition into those later tech choices. He's getting some good damage done right here, however, he's forcing a lot of lost mining time.
Yeah, the Roaches are nice, but the Roaches are not going to do much against the Battle Mech without Ravager presence here. And this fourth base is going to go down. Only 8 workers there, but it's going to be a kind of a base race of some sorts here, as mutas are going to try and take out the orbital here in the main base, and it is going to go down. That battlecruiser is dangerously low, but it does have the support of those Thors, so they are going to get shoved off. The Corruptors actually picking up both of the armories, so all of those upgrades are going to get completely delayed here. I mean, this is going to cause a lot of problems for Kiwi, and this sets him back at least 3, 4, 5 minutes.
All the Mutalisks do get taken out, but I think they've pretty much done their job at this point. Now he's just pumping those Roaches. He's completely maxed out, and like you're saying, Kiwian very far behind at this point. He does have a huge, very scary army, but you know what? True has so much more right now. I don't want to call the game just yet because Kiwian is able to kind of play it more defensively and keep himself safe. But I think that True is super ahead right now.
Well, Kiwian's going to do everything he can right here to be a pain in as many places as possible, splitting up his battle mech, attacking both the top and the bottom. But True, in great response here, is ready to take care of that aggression. And we start seeing Kiwian go back into the type of play that he does so well. Turtling up here, kind of sitting back, letting his 5 bases start to get fully saturated and put into position. He's going to get those double armories back up and running. But once again, I mean, that was such a delay. I'm not sure. It's entirely possible that Kiwian actually didn't notice that those went down until just now, because I figured that he would want those a lot sooner than he did. But he is able to get those wrapped in here. These Roaches going to dive on in to the natural location. Not a lot here on the way in, but there's no way out. But it's going to take 13 Roaches with him. And he's going to actually pick off another armory. Oh, True.
Oh,
being such a
God.
pain. And he's going to be able to pick off one of the bases, too, getting so much damage done.
kiwian is pretty much playing on fumes here. I'm very impressed that he kept that same battlecruiser alive, but you're gonna need a lot more firepower than one capital ship here. Those Mulists just taking out whatever they can here. 24 more workers. Kiwian, my man. I'm sorry, but you are pretty much dead.
Yeah, this is gonna force Kiwian into an all-in situation here. He's supply blocked. True is sitting at the top here. He's picked off another base. So many workers gone down, 80 to 47. The only possible thing here is that Kiwian does have an equal army supply. So if he can get good positioning and trade well, he could possibly squeeze this one out, but he's got to do it all right here off of the top. True trying to get a good surround here, letting Kiwian walk in as far as he possibly can. He can sacrifice a couple of these bases. That's not a big loss. He just needs to close out this army, and then he can remax and take care of business. But True opting to not even deal with that. He is going to run out across. I think he wants to seal the deal. He wants to put the stake square in the chest of Kiwian, going after this third base, trying to get more and more SCV kills.
Yeah, I think if he can really just shut down the production here, he's going to be able to come back and kill off this army a lot easier. But yeah, look at this. There's not that much at home left for Kiwian. It's pretty much just the reinforcements. True, starting to lose some supply here. He's actually dipped down below Kiwian for the first time in a while, but the Mutalisks are unmatched in the air. This just is not looking good. We are in full base trade mode, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what that means, guys.
It does not mean good things for True, but True is trying to hold his own here, trying to maintain a similar army count to his opponent, but every single worker is going to go down. Thors and tanks do kind of get choked up on the main ramp here, but that's just going to only be temporary, and it probably plays into Kiwian's favor just a little bit, being able to protect some of those higher value units. Over on Kiwian's side of the map, I mean, all of his production is taken care of. This is the last bastion of hope for Kiwian's economy here. True really doesn't have any mining happening at all, so they're just working off of their respective banks here. A good set of biles could potentially take this down, but Kiwian is paying attention to it and is able to try and mitigate some of that damage here. Oh, so much damage going to come out of that planetary. Not a great trade for True. True needs every piece of army that he has to come back and deal with this back at home. He does have a Roche Warren on the way, so he will be able to have a little bit of production here. He's got a little bit of a bank to work with, but 104 to 79, this army of Kiwian is largely anti-Roche at this point. I don't know. This is going to be really difficult for Kiwian, or for True to try and squeeze out.
Yeah, he still has a very he just needs to get those biles. That is all he needs right now. A couple good biles will clean it up. The Mutalisk gonna get a couple of pickoffs here. The Widowmine's actually not burrowed, so that is really nice. But yeah, this is gonna be the last fight, the last big engagement, and already Kiwian is taking a good one by getting such nice engagement, or such nice hits off those siege tanks.
Yeah, it was a beautiful zone by Kiwian, zoning True out of his top right base. And this is actually the last remaining hatchery on the map. If True loses this hatchery, all of his rest of his buildings will be exposed. And there's just no way to engage on top of this army. He's got great positioning on the high ground. Thors are going to be able to mitigate any of the damage that the Mutalisks can try and do to tanks. And I just don't know if True can effectively surround this. The army supplies are rather close. And if True can clean up these two tanks on the low ground, he would even it out. But I don't know. I'm not feeling it here, Passer.
I think he just needs to get it while they're unsieged here. Kiwian, if he goes a little bit too far forward with those Thors, he can start to pick those off. But the fact of the matter is Kiwian just has more workers, and all of the bases are exposed. He did throw down one more hatchery, but the BC is on top of that. True, he had this game in the bag, honestly, but I just feel like a couple of small moves would have cleaned it up.
Yeah, this is.
He's trying to attack that last base as well, but he's just not getting too much done.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last little moment here, because if he can't engage on top of that battle cruiser, he's just going to lose everything. Biles do rain down, but the repair is so good. He does manage to tick that off, though. But again, at what cost? I mean, he doesn't really have anything. Only now do the mutas and the corruptors show up to try and push off the battle cruiser. But he's lost so much of his ground army here. 83 to 45. Kiwian's just going to march up to this last base, and True's going to be forced to tap out. I don't think he can kill all these buildings fast enough.
Indeed, indeed. True has no workers left either, and by the time they're out, they're just going to get cleaned up immediately. And yeah, there we go.
And this is the last building of True. Is the moment that falls. What? Where's his other building?
He's got two spine crawlers that he's just walking around on the off-screen.
Oh my God. I'm like, wait, there are no buildings anchored. What's happening? But yeah, I mean, this needs like some Benny Hill music or something going.
Oh, he's got one with the army too.
Does he really? Where's it at?
Yeah, he's got like. It's in Kiwian's main base.
Oh God, wait. Oh yeah, he does. There it is. Up at the top. I think we just came up with a new arcade game idea called Run Spine Run. I will give Equus Tofu total rights for that name. But if you remember Run Kitty Run from Warcraft 3 days, I think we can get onto something here. I don't think we'll be able to speed up Linkin Park songs to play on top of that because, you know, copyright issues. But, you know, I think we're onto something. There's a game here.
Well, I mean, in the end, it doesn't even matter right now. Kiwian has absolutely no supply. No workers left.
Oh, he tried so hard and he got so far, but, you know, it just... You're right. In the end, it's not even going to matter. This one spine continuing to try and be a pest. Now, here's the real question.
Please don't tie. Please do not make this a tie.
Now, here's the question. Can Kiwian see that on the map? Okay, he can. He can see that move, even though it is technically not rooted into place. I guess it's no different than floating buildings for Terran. But this is such a silly game. Oh, there's a mine. The mine trying to take out some of the remaining army supply of True. I mean, what does True even have left at this point? He does. Oh, he's trying to go all in on that factory. The factory could burn. Is that it? Is that going to be the game? No.
If that spore crawler stays alive long enough, True wins this game.
Yeah, there's absolutely no SCVs on the map. That factory is going to burn down. What a game. Okay. So now True just has to hold. He just has to buy enough time. That spine crawler going to wiggle its way all the way back in. These three Ravagers, the last bastion, the last fellowship of the spine, chat. Can you believe it? 129 hit points left. This is going to come down to the wire. Some great micro here is going to try and delay this as absolutely long as possible. The spine crawler in the back corner. I don't think he's got enough time. I don't think True's done it. He's just run out of room.
Oh, no.
No,
Kiwian.
this is GG.
Oh.
Kiwian squeezes out an amazing game here in game number 4. If you aren't motivated to support the Into the Alpha X Super Series after that game, I don't know what we can give you. I don't know what we can show you to make that more exciting. Oh, absolutely well played by both of our players. What a game.
Okay, someone clip that. Please have someone clip that. That was absolutely crazy.
Oh, this series, don't let the 3-1 score show you anything other than both players playing absolutely tooth and nail. Oh, well played. This is a best of 9. Have I made that very clear? This best of 9 coming into play here, where if True all of a sudden goes on a bit of a tear, I mean, we could be here for a while. These games are just outstanding. I absolutely love it.
Losing my breath with that one.
Oh, apparently I clicked the versus button. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. All right. So we are going to get set up and ready to go for game number 5. It is going to be somewhere. We're not quite sure where it's going to be. But oh, there's definitely discussion in the game lobby right now. Drew's wanting to know, how many hit points did it have? How many were there? I mean, it was literally 2 more seconds. I think 2 more seconds, and that game was True's. But
if he would have kept that corruptor alive, like I feel like if he would have just pulled that back, the second kiwian starts going for the attack, that's when you move in with the corruptor and just slowly pick it down.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just so many different things that you could have done there, but oh man.
Folks, I think this is a great opportunity to remind you of our Matcherino page, ! Matcherino in the chat. Click that link. Click it. Share some of your love and support with with these 2 players here. It is a $100 prize pool. All of our codes have been redeemed, so thank you for helping out with that. But if you do want to go above and beyond, we do have our G Fuel quest that you can contribute to. That will help out in kind of contributing to the prize pool, as well as if you want to contribute some of your own hard-earned esports money. You're more than welcome to do so. Anything above our $100 prize pool will go towards our player True, who is going to be headed to the military June 15th. So on top of that, I did see Hajinson jump into the chat. I do want to make sure that I pimp out that we are going to be having an interview with True at the conclusion of this show match with the lovely Hajinson translating. So we are super excited to have her. Thank you so much for her giving up her time. I can't remember if she is still in Europe or if she's back in Korea, because if she's in Korea right now, it's rather late.
Very late.
We're very, very grateful for not only these Korean players to be playing at such a late time, but also that we've got some great people helping out to make this production as amazing as we can be. Audio issues aside, which, by the way, I'm going to knock on my desk, and I'm going to make sure that everybody can hear it. I think our audio issues are taken care of, so we're in great shape. So in the chat, if you had the audio muted because I just can't stand to hear anything other than crystal clear passer, I mean, you can unmute now. We're gonna have a great time. I can't do anything about my voice, unfortunately. You're just kind of stuck with that, I'm afraid. But we are gonna get wound up and into game number 5. Gonna be on Golden Wall. Talk to me about Golden Wall here, Passer. I have some very strong opinions as a Zerg player. How do you feel about this map?
Oh, honestly, like this is obviously the most interesting in the pool so far. Is it actually going to next season?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, awesome. So yeah, the thing about Golden Wall is you do have that very forward third base location with the gold, which is pretty awesome if you're a Zerg player, because that allows you to kind of push your creep forward so much easier. And I know I keep harping on the creep, but the creep is literally the most important unit in the Zerg arsenal. But honestly, if you can open up that back position as well as the Zerg player, my gosh, you're just going to get so much work done.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that creep is important? What?
Sometimes.
Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to really think about that one as we get in here to game number 5. I'm gonna go the opposite side here, spawning in the bottom right of Golden Wall. Our blue Zerg. He's got the potential. He could drag this back and make this the most games we could possibly play in a best of 9. Playing for Psystorm Gaming. Give it up for True.
And his opponent down here in the right, he is dominating right now with the 3-1, but he is starting to falter against the absolute madhouse of True. It is kiwian.
Yeah, True's definitely making him work for these last couple of wins here. So, I like to see that. It's kind of fun when you have big show match series like this, where you know that you can really dig deep into your bag of builds, right? You can pull out various different things. Okay, this didn't work game number 1, so maybe I'll try 2 base pressure. Okay, that worked out great. Maybe we'll stick with that. Or no, he's going to be expecting that. Let's throw in a super aggressive timing attack. And it's kind of nice. I think we're seeing True especially evolve over the course of this series here. We're into game number 5. Again, don't let that 3-1 score fool you. I think Kiwian was definitely on the ropes on a couple of those games and just had some really, really solid engagements to squeeze out those victories. So this could very easily be a 2-2. This could very easily be a 3-1 in True's favor. So it wouldn't surprise me to see True take more games off of this series.
Yeah, that's the thing. These are the 2 foreigner Koreans, essentially. Like, they have so many different builds in their arsenal, and essentially the last couple of games especially have just come down to taking 1 or 2 good engagements. Although that last game, my God. What is that? That is a bunker.
Oh, Kiwian. I think Kiwian's trying to elicit a bit of a response out of his Zerg opponent, but actually True doesn't even have vision of that at this time. So the bunker is going to go down, but there's really not going to be a whole lot to fill it. It's just going to be 1 Reaper, and I don't know if it's necessary to say that a Reaper is going to take a very long time to whittle down a hatchery all by itself.
Oh yeah, like I don't think True's really too worried about this because he is going to be able to just pop out a queen or 2 and deal with that. Actually, 2 Reapers coming out. So Kiwian actually going to use that kind of short rush distance to be aggressive here. I do believe we will be seeing a lot of Hellions coming out to couple with these Reapers in order to deal with this.
And behind this, Kiwian actually kind of doing a little bit of an interesting ploy here. He is pulling out the Hellions before moving it over to that reactor. So trying to squeeze out a couple extra Hellions here in the interim transition. But a 3rd base immediately going down. Kiwian feels like he's going to be able to try and fast expand behind this. And actually, I don't hate that. I mean, you can get down to this low ground in that bottom left pocket and get some pretty decent mining done with rather good map protection. But it's going to be a lot of Lings that come out here on top of this bunker. Reapers will get pushed away. Good damage done to the hatchery, but nothing that True's going to be super worried about at this point.
Yeah, that hatchery will start regenerating a little bit. And, I mean, behind all of this, Kiwian did force a lot of army units out of True early on. That's going to hurt his economy a little bit. But, you know, it's all going to be about this next attack of Kiwian. He's got that 3rd base up, so his economy is going to be pretty strong. But if you just leave True unchecked at this point, he is going to start snowballing quite heavily.
Cloak Banshee on the way. So dare I say that we're going to transition into a normal looking game. And here comes the transition down to that pocket 3rd. Yeah, like I said here on that 7 o'clock. I know Golden Wall is not always a map that commonly gets played in these pools, but when we play these best of 9s, no map bans. So Golden Wall eventually does get its way out. But I mean, look at all this space here. You have to take down the minerals to get down to this lower hand side without air units. The Banshee's going to be able to travel across the map here without any major issues. But True, just focusing on his creep spread on the top side of the map here. Does he have a position ready for the Banshee? He absolutely does. Already has a Spore down in the main and the natural. And actually dropping a 3rd Spore Crawler at the front of the natural as well. He must be concerned that the Banshee might come down and help out with the ground army.
Yeah, I think he's worried about a little bit about a Hellbat attack with the Banshees and support here. That would really show why he would need the Spore Crawler out front. But behind this, I mean, Kiwian's being very conservative with his forces here, keeping them just on the edge of not really going to be pushing too hard here, as he's going to be transitioning once again into Bio, which I really like because it is more mobile for this kind of map. Oh no.
It's happening again. Mom, the bully's tackling me on the playground once again, bringing his Hellions, driving them forward. But a good pull and a good positioning by those queens will be able to mitigate that damage at least a little bit.
Yeah, I'm loving kind of True's creep spread here. in terms of where he's going with it. He's going for the corners of the map, trying to kind of keep an eye on those locations because that's where you're really going to get those tricky medevac drops coming out. But overall, those Banshees not able to get any damage done either because of that positioning from True. I'm loving this defense so far, and True is going to be able to snowball behind this.
Oh, the distortion's coming back, but we're not going to talk about it too much. We're gonna be brave. We're gonna soldier through this chat. We know Passer has got a gorgeous voice, and we don't have to hear every little piece of it to know how gorgeous it is. But
okay, I'll do the same thing I did before. Rip your guys' ears for a second. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, no problem. We will go ahead and get that put together. Nazzle, where's that Nazzle audio guy? Where's he at? Someone in the chat's got to know where that guy is. Give him a stern talking to as we continue to motor on in here. We are getting to a pass here where the Hellions are going to try and dive in on top of the main ramp. Everything is going to be set and secured at that point. But kiwian behind this is just going to continue macroing up here. His 1-1 is about to complete, and I think that's going to drive a good push out of kiwian's army here as he does set up with a good bio tank army. I think that will all fit inside of those two medevacs, and they are just going to walk across the map initially here.
Yeah, because he is going to be able to kind of push his way into the main base. So he's going to have to pick up for that. But True is going to be opening up that position as well.
All right, and we do have you about 1 million miles away, Passer, so we're close. We started 1 million miles away last time, and it led to great things. So I will let you continue to work on that as we do get set up for this engagement here. Going to try and double push here. The Overlord on the bottom side is going to be able to scout the location of that. Oh, and it sounds like a phone ringing as well. We got all sorts of fun stuff here in this game number 5. True does a nice job of pushing away the army on the top side here, but doesn't have a real answer for the army at the main base right now. Tank is sieged up actually right behind the mineral field, so has a little bit of a barrier to protect itself. Obviously, the Queens would be able to get on top of that if they are able to waddle forward here. Queens do a nice job of picking off one of the medevacs, and it's going to be just continued split aggression here. The Hellions on the top side of the map do get fully surrounded and taken care of. True doing a nice job of holding this down. Really no progress made on the bottom side.
Yeah, great split there from True to make sure that his units were in the right position here. Cleans up the Hellions in the back, and this position in the bottom is not going to be good. MMA bringing out an old Legend's name here.
A little bit of
He's
banter.
trying to say he's like MMA.
Yeah, a little bit of banter here back and forth by our players. And yeah, I mean, kiwian's just kind of stalled out with this Bioforce on the south side here. These mutas are going to try and be brave and engage on top of the tank and actually do get a full pickoff on that tank. So this is now a very engageable army here for kiwian. By the way, your audio is currently fixed, which is awesome. So we're super happy for that. And the mutas are going to try and reclaim a little bit of that map control. A 4th base already down for kiwian, and I think True is going to try and get on top of it. But oh my, look at all of these Marines!
Yeah, and a lot of True's army is actually in the natural of kiwian, so he's not going to have as much to defend this. But both players are completely maxed out, and True is on top of the economy now. Oh my gosh, True is starting things off pretty strong here. The Queens able to clean up what they can, but they will start getting taken out as that transfused energy goes away. I think it's going to be blow for blow here almost.
Look at all those Marines. Oh my gosh, the splits are so good on these Marines. That's a lot of Ling Bane, though. I mean, that could be very, very good. A couple of mines in the middle. Those mines could be so deadly. They're going to be patient. Oh, they get on top of a couple of those Banelings, and actually really, really good connections here. 22 workers do go down, so don't count that out for True. True able to get on top of that economy, as you said. But kiwian able to take a base off and trying to recover here. But that army disparity, 88 to 61, 72 to 58. Is it so bad on that worker count? Because mules are still really good in this situation. But True is making it very difficult for kiwian to try and grab any toehold in this game.
True has done exactly what he needs to do. He cleaned up the army very cost efficiently here, and now he's going to be going up to that hive with that infestation pit. So overall, kiwian is starting to fall behind, and True is going to really start to snowball so heavily right now. I'm loving this. He's right outside kiwian's base. That's a lot of units right there, but that is a lot of banelings about to come out.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs a lot more baneling presence to be able to hold that down, but there really isn't a whole lot defending the bottom side here. A planetary fortress I don't think is going to be enough. He's going to need a lot more to that. The mine coverage now is going to be really strong for kiwian, so he's been very patient with his mines. Big engagement here on the 4th base. That's so many banelings that are going to try and connect with as much as possible. And he grabs 7 workers and says, okay, I've gotten enough. Whoa, but it's going to be a whole mineral line at the natural. Oh, those mines not getting as much damage as they were hoping for. I mean, still managing double-digit damage, but again, at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, kiwian still is making 12 Marines at a time. That's going to help him out a little bit here. True does need to back up and remax a little bit. But now kiwian, he knows the pressure's on. He knows that he needs to do something with this, so he is going to be on the attack up here in the bottom position. You know, I think this is kind of a last huzzah here, but he will be able to start picking off some of the workers going to the gold base.
Ooh, and actually, a piece of this that I missed, the armory was actually picked away here, so I don't believe that there is an armory for kiwian out on the field. No, there is not. So the armory is down, so Hellbat's not going to be an option at this moment. A lot of that production is going to be stilted. And those upgrades are certainly not going to be coming here, but it's going to be all these Marines. There's so many banelings here available for True. True just needs to take a really strong engagement. No tanks to help iron this out. And yeah, this is going to slowly get whittled away here. Not even one Thor is going to be enough to deal with those Mutalisks once the Marines are all cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, he does have those 3-3 coming in, but he cannot wait to engage for that to come in. The hive is done, so +3 has started for True as well. Big amount of banelings coming in here to the natural. Once again, the mules not mining anymore, so those are pretty much useless. And the Thor, only damage you can try and get done is those overlords, so I think kiwian is starting to falter a little bit once again. He does have a larger army, though.
Yeah, he does have a larger army, but the army of True is just so anti-Marine. And it's only Marines coming out. There's no Marauders in the mix. There's no mech in the mix right now. It is just pure Marine. I think he's got 1 Marauder out across the field, and that's it. I mean, Mutiling Bane is going to rule this all day long. A nice, cute little drop here by kiwian trying to get on top of the main ramp, but is not going to find everything he's looking for. Trying to pick off some of those banelings. Not cute little play, but this army of kiwian is a little bit on the lacking side. 1 mine in the mix there, that will help. It's not going to do... Oh, okay, a couple more mines there up on the top side. It's going to help, but I don't think it's going to be all that he needs.
Indeed. Losing 8 more workers. True just getting on top of his economy wherever he can. He's down half that worker supply. And, you know, nice little positions here for kiwian. He's going to be able to pick off the banelings from the low ground, but it's just not enough here. He can't get onto the mining. He's not really anywhere where he can make some damage done. Oh, no. Look at that. He just dropped the sword.
I absolutely love that. I know it's the banelings that are actually like connecting with the Thor, but like if you just look at it on its face, it's just like the Thor is just squishing all those banelings. It drops and it just takes care of all those banelings. So cute little play by kiwian. The supply still favors True for sure. Oh, those Marines had no chance, I'm afraid. Marines are going to be able to clean the rest of this up, and GG is called. True clawing his way back in to this series, take a game number 5.
Exceptional play here. This is awesome right now.
And you guys were worried guys were worried that True wasn't going to get all the games in that he deserves to get. I think I saw somebody in chat was like, True probably messaging kiwian going, come on, dude, I'm going to the military here. What's going on? But no, True making these games super interesting and fun for us, trying to claw his way back in. It is a best of 9, so we are still not near match point just yet, which will provide probably still some more interesting games. But we are starting to run out of unique maps in the pool. Trying to think what we have left. Oh, I bet I know what map's coming next. I bet it's going to be Zen. I have a feeling, I don't know if we're going to want to save that to a game 7, but it looks like we are going to take a brief break here. So let's go ahead and take this opportunity to pimp one of our primary sponsors. We could not make these events happen without the sponsorship of G Fuel. We are so grateful to have them as a sponsor. And now we have, if you take a look at beautiful Passer's screen, he will enjoy the newest flavor that G Fuel has to offer in bubblegum. But they are, in fact, the drink of esports. G Fuel ramps up your energy from 0 to 100 real quick, sharpens your focus so that you can keep your eye on the prize. It increases your endurance because, as we all know, gaming is a marathon, not a sprint. And lastly, G Fuel hydrates you so that you only thirst for victory. G Fuel, the official drink of esports. Man, Passer, we timed that out pretty well.
Yeah.
All right, and we are so grateful for G Fuel for all that they do to help support us here at Alpha X. We're going to take a short break here, so we will toss it over to the BRB screen. We'll probably run an ad so that way we can avoid running ads in the middle of games. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I know we've had a few production glitches here and there, but we are so grateful for all your support. Check out that Matcherino while we are at our break, and we will be back in about 3 to 4 minutes. You're watching the Into the Alpha X Super Series between True and kiwian. My name is Rushy. I'm co-casting with Passer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. All right, and welcome back here, folks. You are returning. Oh, I should probably take down G Fuel since we are done talking about them for right now. Just right now, but they've got the little one down below. Still good there. We are getting ready for game number 6 here in our best of 9 series between True and Kiwian. This is True's farewell show match here to send him off in style to the military. So if you have not already had a chance to do so, please take a look at our Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat. All of our codes are used up, which is great. Thank you so much for helping out with that. What we want to try and do is go above and beyond for our 2 players. Any amount above our $100 prize pool will go directly to True as he gets ready for his military transition. So please do consider being generous here. We want to send him off in style with not only some great games, but a great prize pool. And on top of that, remember that at the end of this series, we will be joined by Hajin, and we'll be doing an awesome post-game interview. So make sure to stick around, have some questions ready to go. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But now we're going to jump into game number 6. Spawning in the top side of Purity and Industry, our red Terran player, playing for all the Terran in the Dominion and beyond. Give it up for Kiwian.
As opponent, he's looking to go into the military, so he's looking for a tactical victory right here. He is High Storm Gaming's True.
All right. So I inaccurately called that Zen was going to be our next map, and I'm disappointed in not only myself but my inability to remember that we had not yet played on Memes and Dreams. This is going to be a map that is leaving the pool as of tomorrow, much to the joy of many Protoss and Zerg players. But as a Terran player, Passer, how do you feel about Purity and Industry?
Let's just say I've written its gravestone out about 20 hours ago. I am so ready for it to be gone.
Interesting. I always see this as a very Terran-favored map, especially in TVZ, with lots of siege points. Obviously, you have the isolated island base up in the top right-hand corner, but you're saying that you don't care for it?
No, there's just way too many hidden base locations, and honestly, that's one of the things about a map is you always got to look at the scout, the way it is to scout. Obviously, you got the gold base in the very far south, and the island base as well. they're all just weird locations to take, and while it does provide good games to watch, it sort of feels like you're always on edge while you're playing. So we'll have to see if these guys are going to utilize some of the special features of this map. Because right now we have Kiwian coming in, and he's going to do some nice little poking for those lings. He does want to get in there.
Yeah,
However,
once again, True does a really nice job of mitigating the damage here, limiting the Reaper to a whopping 0 kills, but it does get a lot of damage done just on top of the drones. Drones having to be pulled off of the line, morphed into spore crawlers. You know, regular affair. Behind this, it is going to be a 1-1-1, and I'll be interested to see if Kiwian wants to try and take this to a little bit more of a mech-focused style once again here in game number 6.
Indeed, indeed. Kiwian already going for that fast 3cc as well, trying to get that economy up nice and early. Drew going to be taking the more conservative third base location. It's a little bit harder to defend because of how far away it is, but it is a little bit safer because of that. That's really going to be interesting here, and we do actually see a Liberator coming out as well, so I feel like Kiwian is going to be trying to take advantage of one of these choke points and kind of force True into a bad engagement using that. Actually, that's just going to be for harassment according to the way it is pushed out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of great dead space here. I know that we do have the inhibitor or the inhibitor zone generators littering the airspace, but it's so difficult for a Zerg player to try and engage on top of the Liberator here, especially on the top side. And that's exactly where that's going to go. In fact, doing a cute little maneuver here, skirting all the way around the inhibitor zone, so not really going to be impacted by that, and it's just going to find itself right in the main mineral line. And there are 3 queens here, but there's no spore. There's nothing to push this off. This could potentially get a lot of damage.
True, wisely being able to push that back. The Queens still have their range so that they are able to push this back. Unfortunately for Kiwian, he didn't have a follow-up to that. Usually a Liberator push like that is much better when you do have it kind of as part of a double prong. So getting those Hellions in there would have been really nice because True would have been focusing on that Liberator, but so far, Kiwian, once again, just being very conservative with his units. He actually has not lost a Liberator either, so that can come out after a repair job is done.
Yeah, in fact, no units have been picked off in this game. We have not experienced first blood in this game number 6, so we'll have to see what that entails. It looks like it's going to be more bio play from Kiwian. Kiwian believes in the bio, but I don't know if I believe in it just yet, because he's really struggled in the games where he's played bio.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. True, just taking advantage of his greater mobility, because the thing is, both of them have mobility, but when it comes down to mobility, a Zerg will never be stopped in that regard. And you know, the creep spread's getting pretty close to the third base here. It's about halfway across the map. Obviously, the short rush distance is going to help with that. And you know, True, we should be seeing the Spire go down as soon as that lair finishes as well. But here we go. We got a big move out here. True is going to rotate around, try and get behind the main forces of Kiwian.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. Waiting for Kiwian to get out onto the map. There really isn't a whole lot here to even anchor down this third base. One tank of Kiwian is going to move out with the push, and that's going to be it, really. There's a second tank in production, but even one tank is not going to adequately protect the low ground the way that Kiwian would like it to. So now we're going to have to see how True reacts here. Kiwian's going to dive on top, does pick off some creep queens, and there go the Zerglings. Zerglings are going to immediately try and split off, divide and conquer here. He's going to get a nice surround on the Marines at the choke. It's going to force Kiwian all the way back home. He's going to have to come back with everything. Workers get pulled off of the line. 7-8 workers go down. So at bare minimum, True at least trades out effectively, killing just as many workers as he lost on his side of the map.
Yeah, that Liberator got in and got about 8 workers, but getting 12 is really nice. He's also going to have Burrow here, and I don't know about you, but something in my gut tells me that is going to be for some burrowed Baneling shenanigans.
I sure hope you're right.
Please.
I sure hope you're right, Passer, because that would be an incredible way to continue this game number 6. Folks, we still potentially have 3 more games after this. Oh, okay.
Oh.
So True shows the fact that he had... Oh, I actually think that's really broken potential here. He shows the fact that he has Burrow, so he's not able to use that as kind of a surprise mechanism here. So I guess that's going to force kiwian across the map here, wants to try and get some damage done at this 4th base.
Yeah, going for the surround is True. He's got to be careful not to engage too early here. The Banelings don't have speed just yet. The centrifugal hook only just started very recently. Not going to get the best connections here, but the surround is what's going to clean up these heat tanks in the back. But is there enough Marines to kind of still get some pickoffs? No, kiwian's actually going to back off here.
Yeah, it was a nice little surround by True, being able to separate his army here. The Zerglings across the map are still burrowed. I mean, how cool would that be if you could just morph those Zerglings into Banelings while burrowed? First off, how cool and how broken would that be?
I'm thinking that we would have Imba written every single game here. But here we go. Kiwian is going to get into the main base once again, taking advantage of the short distance between the bases. A couple of Marines is going to be able to do so much. You need to transfuse that Spire. If that Spire goes down, half of your army is just dead.
Oh, and yeah, and the insult to injury on the back side of that is that mine was able to get so much damage done. Kiwian on the opposite side of this is able to engage on top of the hatchery down at the 4th base location, and that is going to get picked off. That is so much loss here for True. He loses his Spire. He loses his 4th base. He's lost 13 drones on top of this as well. What's happening? True's kind of spiraling out of control right now.
Yeah, this is the period where Kiwian has really shined. True has not been able to get the damage done in the mid game like he's really supposed to. He's got to remake that Spire, so any Mutalisk lost is going to be not going to be replenished for quite a bit of time. He's going to have to rely solely on Lings to defend right now, and that's just not what you want right now. He's not even able to go across the map and get anything done here. The Mutalisk is going to go in, but they're not really going to get any pickoffs right now.
Yeah, and back at True's main base, another drop comes in, picks off a couple of units here. No workers gone just yet. 3 workers able to go down off of the Mutalisk, so it wasn't a lost endeavor, but certainly not one that True wants to sit with. He's sitting even worker count. He's down 20 army supply, and as a Zerg player, you never want to be that far behind in army, and you never want to be even with your opponent and workers.
Yeah, it would have been cool if True actually took the bottom hatchery, because you know it never would have gotten scouted. But he is going to do that for his 5th base. He does got an inkling that something is coming down there, so he does have quite a few forces to take that out. Link's attacking a little bit too early here, so there we go.
Oh, praise RNG in the chat. Praise it. And those are not going to find anything in the near future here, but we know True's thinking about it. He knows there's potential, which, by the way, I do need to say, AX Banana, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. He says Miguel is so handsome, and we all knew that. I mean, why don't we just say other things that we all know? The sun is bright. The sky is blue. All sorts of, see, look, I can say obvious things too, but no, thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting Alpha X here, as these Lings and Mutas are going to work their way up to the 4th base here. Oh, we're in position.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, I don't know if True's even looking at it, but he's so focused here on the top side, getting lots of worker kills. 10 workers do go down as a result of this push, and it does pull Kiwian mostly back home.
Yeah, this is actually nice so far. Kiwian actually going to come in here as well, going to try and pick off this base, but True will be able to come back and defend this. Oh, he actually unfurled. Oh, no.
I saw that. Saw that coming.
Oh, man. Like now you're going to be scanning ahead of you as Kiwi, and you're going to be banking up a lot of scans to deal with that. Although, you know, now that Mulus count is starting to really ramp up here. 6 more on the way.
Now, True has managed to kind of even out that worker count here. So now what we're talking about here, 73 to 54, that's now a much better situation. Even though Kiwian has a lot of energy built up for those mules, he's going to be, as you said, he's going to be trying to save those for scans, because he knows that there are baneling mines as a priority on the map. So that mule disparity is going to be limited, so he can save those scans. But yeah, 75 to 56, much better situation for True to be in this game.
Indeed, you know, Kiwian only having that base up here. Look at that. He's even just going to dive on top of that Thor. His buddy's going to try and save him, but that is a nice pickoff here. I don't think he lost too many Mutilis with that. Yeah, he only lost about 2 or 3. Not bad. Thors are expensive.
Oh, it's going to be a nice little engagement here on the top right side.
No.
Some very, very good connections. Good splits here in the end. Will be able to limit the amount of damage that does. So that was a very good response by Kiwian. But yeah, we just continue to find ourselves a little bit deeper into this game, entering the 14-minute mark. And True is going to try and engage once again on top of this army here. Very largely marine bioforce here. Widow mines are starting to make themselves a little bit more common in this game. But here we go, a big push into the third base location here. That mine not quite connecting the way it needed to, getting a little bit of damage done onto buildings and structures, but not really so much worker counts just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwian does have his forces spread out to deal with all of this. He's trying to bait that mine into the forces, and he is going to be able to push this back. I would like it to kill off that Thor, please. Thank you. But, yeah, he's trading army for army, and that's not really what you'd love to do here as True. You really do want to start getting on top of that SCV count. This one little drop is doing quite a bit of work. The Widow Mine is going to get picked off there, but yeah. I mean, so far, Kiwian, he's still maxed out, so he's still in a pretty decent position. Oh, there we go.
I was like, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to ruin it, but he does. He gets a baneling hit, and that's a nice little trade.
Yeah, very nice. And those are the kind of moves that you need as True. Just sprinkle them around. And one thing I love is you still have that little Zergling right there just watching everything.
And actually, he's already got another baneling.
Do it.
Yeah, not going to be close enough to deal the damage they needs to. Oh, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's just a little bit off to the side.
Just I just wish he would have unburrowed and gone straight after those workers. That would have been beautiful. But look at this, taking out the factory, so that Thor production is going to be a lot less. He's picking off some of the tech as well, getting the starport.
I was going to say, he's just diving right on top of it here, and he's going to be able to grab it. That's exactly why he wasn't worried about the banelings over here. He was so focused on getting so much production damage done, and he's able to get out with most of his mutas.
Yeah, those mutas are hitting critical mass right now. They have +2 attack as well, so they're just dealing so much damage. Oh man, I wish those banelings could do something now.
Another mine drop coming in here on the bottom side of the base. Not getting as much damage this time, although Drilling Claw is going to make these drops a lot more effective, bringing the mutas all the way back home to deal with this. Oh, he's got to be careful. Oh, okay. Still going after units here. Doesn't have vision to be able to see that just yet. Here comes the Overseer. That'll get cleaned up just fine. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like these Zerglings right here, I mean, they have provided at least a little bit of vision of Kiwian's main base since probably the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, and there's another one by the third base, just sees the whole army, so he sees every single move out as well. I mean, overall, True's map vision this game is just incredibly well spread out. He sees everything, and that was his problem in the first couple of games of this series. just seeing everything.
And here comes the mineral dump for kiwian, picking up so many of these command centers to try and give himself more and more. Oh, go to the right. Go to the, oh.
Oh no! just on Burrow, right there. Oh god, true. If he was, I think he's forgotten about those banelings.
Yeah, either that or it seems like every time that gets movement, he's already dealing so much damage. Look at those mutas. Those mutas are just one-tapping all of those turrets, and they're going to get so much more damage here, cleaning up the entire mineral line and actually being able to work on that planetary fortress. That planetary is not going to go down. Oh, you don't want to engage on those marines. It's not going to quite go down, but so much damage taken care of. And there's only just a handful of turrets on the back side of this base, but that's going to be enough to push him away.
Yeah, starting to lose a few of those Mulisks. He is able to replenish those, getting that +3 attack and everything else as well. The mines still doing a lot of damage here, but kiwian starting to fall behind in terms of those upgrades. Oh, Mutas. I want them to kind of just bait those Marines into the banelings. Oh no, he doesn't do it.
I think he's waiting for the bigger army. The bigger army is kind of swinging around here. It is entirely possible, but
look how weak those Marines are. There is not that many medevacs with this. Oh, you don't want to waste them on Marauders. What you trying to do?
I'm just saying. I think at this point. At this point, you just want to use him on something before he accidentally scans and finds them all and you just lose track of them. But he does have a couple of baneling mines out on the map as well. One right here that could be potentially devastating. The Muta's continuing to tackle more and more structures here and just being as annoying as possible. And I think for True, I think he's just trying to bleed out the resources of his opponent here. I mean, both players all the way maxed out. The mine going to connect. Oh, no. Being so patient. Oh, does not get on top of the banelings here. Gets a really nice separation here. Is going to be able to take out that 5th base, and True, again, trying to bleed out his opponent as much as possible.
It's currently 36 to 72. Double the working supply here. Even able to just spend those banelings on the siege tank. And overall, True is getting farther and farther ahead. This is just incredible play by him. He has made quite the turnaround. But the problem is, if you use too much of this on the economy, you're not going to have enough of this big, scary death push that is coming across the map.
Oh, and I think a forward scan picked off the baneling bomb that was lying in wait, because I saw that move to the center. I was like, oh, it could engage. But nope, not quite, unfortunately. True's got to be really careful, though. He does not have the army supply that kiwian does, and this is kind of a big death push here for our Terran player. He's deep onto creep, but True is just struggling. He's lacking an army supply. 192 to 141 is such a big disparity.
Indeed. And kiwian being very cautious, sending those high HP units in the front to take out the banelings. The reinforcements coming in small little bursts here, so this is going to be difficult, but with enough banelings and a good surround, you are going to be able to clean this up. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to get all of that. You can't rely on the burrowed banelings, unfortunately, for this. Nope.
He's gonna be well prepared there. Using a lot of banelings on Marauders. I mean, he does trade out relatively well, but he doesn't have a whole lot, and he's actually just gonna take a big chunk of this army and go and clean up reinforcements. So, trying to make this as much of a one army shot as he possibly can, and he's making an effective trade out of it here, cleaning up all of those mines, getting everything set up into place, and kiwian's going to be forced to spread a lot of this out if he wants to try and deal and mitigate this damage. And I don't know, I think I like True's positioning here.
I think as every second pokes by, True just gets into a stronger and stronger position here. He's losing bases, but look at his income is not that great, but it's still enough to remake those bases if necessary. And I think the big thing overall is kiwian just doesn't have what he needs to remake. He's out of bases almost. He's not mining more than one base at a time. Yeah, and the reinforcements just keep getting picked off.
Oh, he's moved that baneling bomb. He's moved it. He's repositioned it just a little bit here. Yeah, so many drones going down, but I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is the last effective mining base of Kiwian. Kiwian's lost all of his production and his economy, and these mutas continue to reign unchecked. And I mean, he's trying so hard to bait into those banelings. He knows that if he can get those Marines to walk over top, that it's game over. But Kiwian's spending so many scans over on the opposite side of the map. How many scans does he have left? It looks like he has 2 in the bank. He does have quite a few more up in the sky, but he would have to land that orbital command to get access to him. So trying to do everything he possibly can to get Kiwian to take a bad engagement due to a lack of resources.
Indeed. So Kiwian is still producing here, but True has restarted his income, essentially rebuilding those bases. So he's going to start to skyrocket in that regard. Kiwian, he's got a very impressive army right now. Don't get me wrong, he could idealistically win the game with this, but I'm just loving how True is picking off those reinforcements. He's picking off any unit that is not with this main army, making it so difficult for Kiwian to move out. Because you need the reinforcements with this push. And behind this, he's just rebuilding Mutalisks. He's making those lanes. He's getting the baits. So overall, like, every second that goes by is better and better for True.
Well, there's no production right now for True. Just trying to save all of his gas into getting more and more of those mutas. But oh, this is where it gets dangerous, though. Kiwian's been able to get out to that island base, and that's so difficult to break if the opponent is able to get out there, drop some turrets, and it just basically becomes a free unharassable base, or you have to dedicate so much to it that it's almost not worth trying to engage.
Indeed. And look at this, True just with the backstab over and over again. This is his style. You move out, you're dead in your base, and he can't really even move out from his 4th base either. That was lifted, I mean, just because of all of this going on. So he's actually got a baneling bomb as well. The bait is so good, I love it. But his production is gone now. Is Kiwian's. More and more lings are going to be coming out here. If True wins this game, we have a guaranteed 8.
Yeah, I firmly believe that this is going to take all 9 games at this point in the series. 3 hours into this cast, I was not mentally prepared to have a 4.5 hour cast, but here we are. I mean, this is gonna completely go the difference here. True still maintaining just a slight economic advantage here, and the army supplies just continue to fluctuate back and forth. But I mean, this is the scary part. This is becoming a main issue. And actually, like, can we mention that they're just Marines chilling, just hanging out on that island base.
Those have been there for quite a bit of time. The Mutalisks, again, just getting these pickoffs here. They are so well upgraded that they are just absolutely decimate these bases. Kiwian, he's super supply blocked here. He's got to throw down as many supply depots as he can, but he can't afford it. He's fighting it out, though. I got to give props to him. He is really looking to win this game with what he has. Even losing the eBay, he had to remake that on the island. So just overall, the second that this is seen, however, I think that's when True wins. Kiwian is banking on this base being the last-ditch effort for himself, but right now, that's the only thing keeping him alive. Oh,
that's a big doom drop heading over to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 base location here of True. Gonna try and knock out any remaining access to resources that he could possibly get. A really nice engagement on that middle army, though, and I mean, this is going to be so difficult for Kiwian to try and come back from. I think there is enough army of True that he can just engage on top of this, and Kiwian just doesn't have what he needs, but being very patient. Oh, these medevacs are going to get picked off, and that's going to be more and more damage here. Oh, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin here for kiwian. Kiwian now is going to be forced to take this army, and he has to engage. He has to kill, and I just don't think it's going to happen. There's tons of Ling Bane here. Oh, he's got to engage with all of it, though. Tons of Ling Bane here. I mean, even if he trades inefficiently, yeah, he's going to be able to pick off so much. The mutas are busy cleaning stuff back up at kiwian's main base. But the moment that that gets pushed off, it's over. GG is called, and True tying it up. Unbelievable. What a series.
Well, hey, now that does mean we get to go to Zen as our map number 7.
It's true. We are going to see all 7 maps in this series. So, we are down to our last map. But what's going to happen is game number 8, we will open up the map pool once again. And it has always been loser's pick on the maps going forward through the series. So whoever wins game number 7, game number 8 will have a major advantage for the loser because they will have a free pick whatever maps they want to do.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing here. That's the reason I love loser's pick. The thing about loser's pick is it does allow you kind of to get into a map you're more comfortable with. It kind of helps to push a little bit in your favor because you do know these maps so well and you know what the weaknesses of your opponent are. And I think overall, it's really been showing that their map, I think they've been winning their map choices overall.
It's been pretty close, for sure. So, oh boy, it's just, yeah. I mean, this is just a barn burner. It's going the absolute distance here. Okay, so we are getting set up here for game number 7. It's going to be on Zen. Now, I want to say, like, oh, Zen is such a small map. Maybe this will have the potential to be really, really cheesy and quick. But I would be remiss to say I'm nervous to make a commitment like that.
Indeed, indeed. Like, I mean, True's been battling it back, and this has been just incredible play from him in the last couple, in the later half of the series, and I can't call this series anymore. Like, I thought I could, but I cannot.
Yeah, it's I agree with you. I think at this point it is anybody's series. We are effectively down to a best of 3 at this point. The next person to win 2 games will be crowned our Super Series champion today. So once again, cannot stress enough the importance of that Matcherino. Help these players get paid just a little bit extra, and let's send it True off as styled as we can possibly do it. But here we are in game number 7 here on Zen, spawning in the bottom left. Our red Terran player playing for the hope of the Dominion. Give it up for kiwian.
And his opponent up here in the top, tying it up for this map number 7. He is Psystorm Gaming's True.
This is what I was hoping for.
Is it going to be enough for kiwian? Because he's got something hiding out in the middle. Oh, God, no.
Yes! We get some cheese, boys and girls and everyone. We've got it. And True's going to be the victor on this one because he's going to be able to get right on top of this. One of the SCVs already falls down. The whole thing's scrapped. I mean, is that just GG at this point? I mean, True's 12 pulling.
That may be GG. I think the big thing is if kiwian is able to wall off, he might be able to survive for a little bit longer here. It's when those banelings come out that it's going to be crazy. But look at this. He's just going to go straight into a second CC, do what he can, wall off with the racks. Oh my God, kiwian. Oh, you mad man.
Oh, and unfortunately for True, I mean, this was a gasless 12 pool. He was just going to try and flood lanes as quickly as he can. Only now is he getting the gas. Man, think if he had even just enough to throw down a Baneling nest. He could just pop that supply depot, and it's over. But the upside is kiwian knows nothing. He has seen nothing about how True is opened. All he saw was that drones were pulled off of the line. So True is just gonna double expand behind this. What game? What is this? What's happening right now?
SCVs are getting wrecked.
Look at that. Guys, what the heck? I know there's money on the line here, but what is this?
Oh, this is we're going full silly right now. We've got a ninja third base. We have a ninja corner base. We have Zerglings that are trying to engage. What? Where are they going? What? There's one Marine, my dude.
These are foreigner Koreans playing full NA right now.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, the upside for True still is the one that has all of the vision. I mean, he knows that he knows that there is the potential for that quick second command center. It's going to be the third CC that he does not have any info on at this point. So if True lays back for way too long, I mean, that third CC could easily get away from him.
Oh yeah, this is gonna, like, that's the thing. You don't even need to transfer SCVs to it either, because mules, 3cc mules on a hidden base expansion, that's just insane. Like, kiwian, how the heck is he still alive?
Yeah, I mean, here's the reason he's alive. True chose not to engage aggressively. I think if True winds up and just makes a million Zerglings, I mean, we're already on to game number 8. But I mean, True's got to start asking some questions here. He's got to know that, like, okay, I still don't see that second base. Like, what are you going to produce off of? What are you going to be producing on? And this base has already started in production. He's already got mineral counts going here. I don't know. I'm at a bit of a loss for words. I didn't expect this game to turn into a macro game so quickly.
Well, the thing is, True is still pretty far ahead in terms of that income, so he is still in a very safe position. He's really giving so much respect to kiwian here. The Overlord is going to be coming in and seeing not too much, actually. He sees pretty much everything kiwian wants him to see, including the Banshee with Cloak. So he knows something's up, but now True can just be aggressive the entire way through, because there is no wall anywhere near this natural base.
This whole thing is kind of going a little silly here. Now finally, Zerglings are going to be able to get up here and cause a little bit of chaos and pandemonium. But once again, this has kind of been the story of True. Oh, nice little surround there. Okay. All right, creating more chaos. I will give him that. But I think the longer that True allows kiwian to get back into this game, the quicker that he moves towards kind of tossing the game to kiwian to win. I'm worried. I am admittedly very worried, but True feels very confident here. Throws down his spore crawlers after seeing the Cloak Banshee on the way, so we will be able to deal with that incoming aggression. But once again, I mean, this is so important. True still has not seen it. He does have.
Oh, he's gonna see it.
But where is that headed? I can't quite tell.
It looks like it's heading straight for that position. He knows something is up here. kiwian, you know, the thing is, he is going for mech in this game, so if he's able to get some room, I think he can actually afford to just lift that up and use it as his third base now, because he has gotten so much out of it already overall. And look at that, the Queen's just going to pick off the Banshee as well. kiwian's whole thing right now is stay alive, stay alive,
Yeah, and just now, oh, surprise! And that's got, yeah, I mean, that's going to immediately draw the attention of the Zerglings all the way up to the top side of the map. So, I mean, kiwian's got to recognize that this is coming here. Oh, yeah. Oh, look,
no.
I'm building my third base. Oh, no.
Oh, these guys are laughing.
Oh, yeah. All of this is going to get picked off here. So that's actually a really great grab for True. But, I mean, kiwian got so much value out of that. So now the actual, quote-unquote, actual third base is going to be headed out here. It is going to be Battle Mech on the back side of this. And, again, this is what I'm worried about here. Oh, just kidding. I mean, he's going to drop 2 Thors down. There is a Spire on the way. Did he scout the Spire? I mean, why did he just all of a sudden drop into Thors? He still really has no vision of True's side of the map.
Yeah, I think he kind of just figured that True has been going for that the entire game, but I love how he's just repositioning that orbital command. He's got 4 orbitals right now. So his meal drops are going to be insane. That is, like, that's really his saving grace right now, and the fact that since True has been so passive overall, he's just been able to build up a small army. I mean, it's half the army supply right now, but it's an army that is good versus Lings. He's going to need the Roaches to engage with this, and once again, the Hellions going to just try and poke.
Yeah.
Did I say poke? I mean attack.
Yeah, he's just going to jump right on top of this 5th base location. He's going to zone these queens out and get a cancel on that base. Queens do have pretty good transfuse energy, so they will be able to help out with that. Big Ling run by is going to go right into the natural base. And it's going to get a full surround on those Thors. Only 1 Hellion to help deal damage, but the attack damage of those Zerglings is not going to be quite enough. Good pull on the workers to help mitigate some of that worker damage, but those Thors dangerously low now.
Oh my gosh, those Thors are counting their lucky stars. They've seen the games. They've watched all the briefings about just getting surrounded by Lings and getting taken out. So they are counting their lucky stars right now.
Yeah, and nice full repair on both of those. 30 kills between the two of them. Granted, they're all Zerglings, but still.
Yeah, and I'm loving this from True as well. He's going all out this game. He is going to go for a big drop right in the mineral, or the main base rather. And there is absolutely nothing here.
I was gonna say,
supply blocked as well.
I love this. I love this. It's like, this is what I've been waiting for in this game. True finally just using all of his resources to get up to 200 supply. He actually even still has a pretty decent amount of Roaches here. Oh, cute little block with the queen. Oh, True's going to absolutely crush this, I think. He's going to engage in 3 different positions. You think you can play like MMA, Top? Let me show you how MMA plays. The big drops into the main base. He's going to have 1 tank that he has to deal with, but really all he needs to do, yeah, is he just needs to push forward. Oh, God. It almost 1-taps it. But, oh, a really nice contamination onto the factory. The second tank is not going to be on the way. If kiwian's not careful, he's going to lose that. He's going to lose that base at the 3rd base location. He does finally lift it. More workers are going to go down. 17 workers getting killed. But so much of the production has been cleaned up and taken care of. Liberators are now going to be able to push a good chunk of this away. Is he going to get the armory? No, I don't think so. I think +1 is going to be allowed to finish.
Yeah, I think overall there, kiwian started to defend a little bit, but now it's just the workers going down so heavily right now. He is currently down 30 workers supply, and his army is absolutely invisible right now.
And here come the mutas. The muta switch is going to be what shuts it down. GG is called, and True sitting on game point.
He reversed it. He started out going down 3-1, and now he has brought it back. He is so close to the victory.
Just got to cycle the oxygen here, Passer. Oh my gosh. But now, okay, so this is a big moment. It's a big moment for kiwian. Kiwian now has full pick. Oh, You know, I should probably, you know, not get so excited that I forget to run the overlay. But this is a big moment for Kiwian. Kiwian now has full pick of the map pool. He can pick exactly whatever map he wants to. So we could possibly see, Simulacrum come back again. We could see I almost said Everclear, and I'm like, oh, Rushy, it's too early to be drinking, man. We could see Everdream come back once again to get some of those good mech position maps back. But we are going to get Eternal Empire. All True needs to do, he needs to win one more game, and he cleans this up. If Kiwian can bring this back, we will go to a game number 9, and we will work every last bit of this series out. We are so happy that you guys are here joining us. 288 people. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys are watching the Into the Alpha X Super Series between True and Kiwian. Yeah, this is great.
This has been incredible, guys. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Have we seen Eternal Empire already in this series?
Yep. I think that was map number 2.
This series has just been so long. I forget that it's game 8.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Eternal Empire was map number 3.
Okay, there we go. That makes more sense.
Yo, Anki, thank you so much for hosting us. It looks like Anki had to bounce, one of our Spanish casters. So buenos dias to all of our Spanish viewers here. I speak a little bit of Spanish, but not enough to be able to give you quality Spanish content. So I hope that our English casting will be adequate enough.
Yeah, welcome, guys, and I hope you guys are enjoying the series as much as we are. You know, we're heading into game number 8 here on Eternal Empire. This is one of those macro maps, you know? A lot of expansions are super easy to secure. You've got so many different rock locations that are blocking early attacks. I'm going to love to see what happens here. I think we're getting to the point in the series where these guys are getting tired. It is 2 a.m. in Korea right now, so I'm sure we'll see something crazy right now.
Well, whatever we're going to see, we're going to find out right now. We're jumping into map number 8. Spawning. I got to go up here. Spawning on the top right. Our blue Zerg player. 1 map away from being today's Super Series champion. Give it up for Psystorm Gaming's True.
And his opponent down here looking to make it game number 9. It is the Red Terran, Kiwian. I don't know what I was doing right there.
You were channeling your inner tasteless there. I was loving it. Okay, well, we are going back to normal routes, which is totally understandable. I mean, Zen is such a small map. It makes sense for True to try and take out the early pool just to make advantage of that. But let's see. I'm trying to dig deep into my brain here. Who was the victor in game number 3? I believe it was Kiwian.
That was Kiwian. That was indeed Kiwian.
So,
like, Kiwian won the first 3 of the... No, actually. Yeah, Kiwian won game number 3. Maybe.
I think it went. I think it was Kiwian True Kiwian. So, I mean, that was such a long time ago. That was 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for a North American Zerg player, True is playing it very long in this series.
It's very true. Oh, no pun intended on that one. But all bad dad jokes aside, yeah, spending a lot of time in these games, really kind of working them out here. True's not going to see this bunker go down. This was a bit of more of a meme that we saw when we were on Golden Wall. Kiwian's going to try and take advantage of that again as well. But I feel like this bunker is not going to get as much work done as it did on Golden Wall, where he was able to sit in between the bases and kind of zone out any movement between the second and the third. But this one purchased off to the left-hand side is just going to provide a little bit of an annoyance that True just needs to deal with.
Indeed, that is true. We keep doing that. Hello?
We're getting a little bit of distorted passer once again. So I'll go ahead and let you work with that here, as the bunker is now in full view. Both of those Reapers are going to be engaging onto the third base once again. The Link's actually just going to move out across the map here. He knows that there really isn't much back at home, and really there's absolutely nothing back at home. The transfer of the factory is only happening now, so it's going to be a little bit of time before the Hellions are able to come out, and kiwian knows that this has got to be up here. He sees no Lings engaging on the bunker, so immediately pulls all of the workers. SCV is going to do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, as it is resting safely up on the high ground. True not even going to engage on top of that orbital command. He knows that those Hellions are going to be on the field rather quickly, so instead going to pull those Lings back and now try and deal with that bunker.
Yeah, and he's going to take a little bit of damage on his base as well, but look at that. He's just going to salvage it as kiwian and get on out of there before he gets picked off. And honestly, I'm really liking the moves here from kiwian. He's really just playing it safe, methodically. He knows what happens when he starts to fall behind. It's just True is so good at that snowball, and overall, he wants to avoid that for as long as possible.
And Lings are going to wrap around on the top side as they do come back here. And it's going to be an armory going down on the back side of this for kiwian. So kiwian, I think, going to take an advantage of doing a Hellbat timing. Those Hellbat timings have been really strong for him in these series. I think he's going to try and leverage this once again to see if he can force his Zerg opponent on the back foot here in game number 8.
Question is, will this be seen? I don't know if that Overlord in the front actually saw this coming out, but that is going to really test his reaction speed here. It looks like that those medevacs are going straight for the main base. They could drop down at the third as well, and that's the kind of good thing about this map in terms of drops. You could just go from the main to the third relatively easy here for these Hellions. We'll have to see, as here he comes. And behind this, it's going to be Mech once again. So kiwian going back to his roots.
And here goes. Oh, big lineup of those drones. Oh, I got spooky scary there for a moment. Queen's going to be able to drive this back. Only 4 workers lost, so that could have been a lot worse for True. kiwian is going to supplement this on the bottom side, though. Already morphing into Hellbats onto Creep, and here he comes. He's got full vision of those Hellbats. The Hellbats do need to engage on top of those Lings. A really nice surround. Is going to be able to clean up most of that. And actually picks up every single one of them. The Hellions on the ramp not able to morph. And that was a great block by True. A couple of those Hellions do manage to get in. It does come at the cost of that medevac. So a really nice pickoff by the Queens and the Sport Crawler. True mitigates almost all of that damage. What a great hold.
That was beautiful. Like, just overall, fantastic. True. Jumping right on top of those Hellbats was enough to pick them off. Once again, it does look like we're going to be seeing Battle Mech come out of kiwian. So now True is going to have free range of the map right now. Those Hellions, the only thing keeping kiwian on out offensively.
And Baneling is not quite ready to go. Banelings would have been a great addition to this push here. So instead of sacrificing all of those Lings for possibly no gain, he just decides to go take the Zelnaga Tower, get a little bit of scouting information, and moves out to that 4th base location. But behind this, very, very easy 1-1 upgrades. Baneling's on the way, dropping actually 2 bases. He's going to take his 4th and his 5th base location. Really trying to maximize the amount of economic advantage he can get in this game.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, this base is just a lot easier to expand for both sides here. That really that really is going to make it a little bit easier for the Zerg to kind of explode in the later stages of the game. The Hellion is going to come out right now. This is so important for Kiwi in order to deal with this. He needs to start getting damage on those drones, force the remakes as the Spire comes out. Was that actually scouted? Yes, he has seen the Spire go down.
No, he hasn't. Spire is on the left side of that natural, and Kiwi has not seen it.
Okay, so he saw the Roach Warren. Wow.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting though, because the way that he saw that, I mean, because I see what you're seeing. The bubble is really small, and it could be misconstrued as the Spire, which would end up working for him anyways. And honestly, behind that, he's already got 2 Thors moving out onto the field, so he either feels confident knowing that that is on the way, but he's dealing a lot of damage right now. 12 workers going down. These Hellion run-bys have just been so brutal, and he's able to get the cancel on that 5th base location.
Oh, these medevacs, they are really playing with fire here. But they're getting so much damage done. 20 workers going down here. Those are workers you do not want to be replenishing at this stage in the game. You want to be making only army units at this point. He's going up to 90 drones.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of army, if you're going to play against mech, you need to have a really strong economic presence here, because you're always going to be trading super inefficiently against the Terran player. So having 90 to 95 workers, this could be a nice little wraparound. There's a wall there, so that will get shut down pretty quick. But you always want to have a big economic advantage. He's got a Dropper Lord in place. Drew, the madman, get on in there.
There is absolutely nothing to scout this out either.
And it's oversaturated. There's
that 28 to 16.
There's 33 workers there. True, get in there.
I think he's a little bit distracted by right now because you've got so many Hellions out. But yeah, the second he decides to go in for that, he's actually going straight to the main base. No, go to the 3rd.
If only he knew what we knew. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oh,
we did it, Reddit.
Oh, 23 workers goes down. That is insult to injury. Can True do it? Can he close this out? A big baneling bust onto the front of the wall. The units do kind of get choked up just a little bit here, but the tank is already cleaned up and taken care of. All of these Hellions will not trade as effectively against all these roaches, and all of these workers are going to be so vulnerable here.
This whole army is getting taken out. The splash damage is not enough. A good spread on those roaches gonna be enough. And while he is cleaned up mostly, look at the cost routines. 37 workers going down, and those sleep tanks are actually killing each other because of those links. This is looking to be the final huzzah of kiwian as he dropped down to 60 less supply.
True, the absolute comeback king in this series here. I mean, if he can close this out with this Muta Swarm, I mean, this would be an outstanding way to end this best of 9. But kiwian's not out of it just yet. He's trying to hang on as much as he can. He has got to find a way to mitigate the damage of these mutas. And there are enough mutas here. They're just going to be able to almost one-tap these turrets, but he is going to try and get on top of these tanks. Does take some really poor engagements here against the Thors. He wants to be careful. He doesn't want to just throw this all away. But yeah, he's going to get on top of those turrets. Only 1 turret left at the 4th base location. It's going to be lots and lots of roaches back behind this. This is going to be such a strong push here. kiwian fighting for everything that he has here. His tournament life, or his show match life on the line here, but it's 150 to 200 supply. Oh, anytime you can kill Thors with mutas, that's a good feeling for a Zerg player.
The entire production is compromised here. No more Thors on the way. Only 3 Widow Mines to take care of this. And while he is doing a little bit damage on the other side, that is as far from a base trade as you can get. I think we will be seeing Kiwi tap out here soon as Drew takes his last victory before going to the army.
Oh, yeah. It's the victory lap at this point. He's just working on all of those factory producing buildings. I mean, this is an outstanding play here by our Korean Zerg player. Oh my gosh, just obliterating that mineral line. These mutas getting so much value. And here come the roaches to help secure this victory. This is just a few good connections away from being a done and said game.
Yeah, he's coming in with what left workers he needs to. He's got so many on the back burner. He could just F2 his whole army into this planetary fortress and close things out. This is the last big mining base from Kiwi. He has no SCPs anywhere else.
Yeah, he's going to jump right on top of that. He does eat a big mine shot, but you know what? True doesn't care. He's maxed out. He's got a 3K mineral bank. He's got all the gas in the world. He's picking off buildings with Mutalisk. This is an outstanding game. The outstanding game 8. What an outstanding series by both of these players.
Only 13 minerals. True is mining 2,800 to the 700 of Kiwi. The production is almost entirely gone here. And this is going to be pretty much in the last push, the last full push of True. Going to get on top of the entire army of Kiwi. We should be seeing the tap out very soon here.
And here comes the Ling Flood. Every Terran player's nightmare. Lings, not the Zerglings. And I think that is going to be all she wrote. Kiwian is going to try and give every last unit here its full value. GG is called. And True taking the 5-3 series victory over his opponent. Outstanding play here by our Korean Zerg player. Very, very well played as we crown our Super Series champion in True. Now, don't go away. We are going to take just a tiny, tiny break here as we get set up for a post-game interview with True. We'll have an opportunity here to hear from him and talk about the series, and we'll also get a chance to ask him a few questions about his upcoming transition to his military service. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a moment to chat with our champion True in just 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. All right, folks, and we are back here. We have a treat for you. We have our winner and our champion of the Super Series here in True. True, congratulations.
땡큐, 땡큐.
Ah,
Okay.
um,
맞나, 이거?
맞아, 맞아. 라이브야 우리. Hello everyone, so Hajin here. So I was invited today to interview True as it was his last match before he leaves for the army. So we're going to have a small interview with him, like a farewell, and to talk about like to come back on his career. And then at the end we'll take some questions from the chat as well. So thank you all for being here. Thank you Alpha and Into the Inu to organizing this show match for True. So hello True, are you here? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
우선 너무
안녕하세요.
축하드립니다. 아니, 솔직히 저는 이제 11시에 그렇게 경기를 한다고 좀 마지막 순간에 초대를 받았는데요. 저는 이렇게 늦게 끝날지 몰랐어요. 지금 이렇게 좀 긴 경기 끝나고 그래도 이긴 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
와, 저 마지막 경기라서 진짜 열심히 했는데, 생각보다 준비를 너무 많이 해오신 것 같아가지고, 진짜 지는 줄 알았습니다. 3대1로 밀리고 있을 때. 네, 뭔가 깜깜했는데, 어떻게 진짜 열심히 하다 보니까 역전하게 됐네요.
So, the match started at 11 p.m. So I asked him, well, it was a really long match. He's like, personally, I haven't expected the match to be that long. So I asked him how he feels at the end of the game. So he said that he played his best as it was his last match. And actually, kiwian prepared a lot than he expected. And when he was losing 1-3, he thought like, oh my god, like, am I losing this? But he tried his best and he did end up winning at the end. So True, I'm going to introduce you as a player. So I think there are a lot of people maybe like who are not familiar with you. So I'm just going to come back like on your career. 제가 우선 이제 외국 분들도 계셔서 방태수 선수에 대해서 잠깐 이제 약간 소개를 할게요. So True, his name is Taesu Banks. Taesu is his first name. He is 28 years old. He was born the 15th of April. So he's Zerg, as you know. And are you still Psystorm officially? Or, I think so? 아직 지금 Psystorm 소속인가요, 그래도?
그렇죠. 이제 군대 가면은 이제 종료되죠. 네.
Yeah, so as he leaves for the army, the contract will end. So he started in 2011 on StarCraft 2. He was in SK Telecom, actually. And then he joined also, he was in Ace Team, Junior Green Wings in 2013, 2014, and then Dead Pixel until 2015. And until now, he was in Psystorm Gaming. 지금 제가 이제 히스토리를 잠깐 소개를 했는데, 데뷔전을 기억하시나요? 데뷔 경기, 선수로서.
스타2요?
아니, 수1 때부터, 수원 얘기부터 할까요, 그러면은?
아니, 2 얘기하죠. 2 데뷔전은 기억이 안 나네요.
네?
누구랑 했지?
진짜로요?
2 방송 경기 말하는 건가? 누구랑 했나요, 제가?
온게임댐 스타리그 때,
예.
혹시 이건가요? 자유의 날개 때, 김도우 선수, 이거 전인 것 같은데, 데뷔는?
예선전인 것 같은데?
이거는 2012년이고. 데뷔전 진짜 기억이 안 나요?
예, 기억이 안 나네요. 스타2는.
그럼 스1, 스프로 선수 완전 시작했을 때 그때 데뷔전 얘기해주세요.
예, 석현이 형이랑 했었죠. 그 프로리그 아니다. 서바이버에서 데뷔했구나. 서바이버 때 데뷔해가지고 제가 1차를 이재호 선수랑 해가지고 네, 크게 혼났습니다.
그때가 몇 살 때였죠?
이게 고등학교 3학년인가? 2학년인가 3학년이었던 것 같아요. 네.
그러니까 몇 년도 그러고
19살이어서 딱 10년 전.
딱 10년 전. 그게 스투 첫 경기?
수원.
수원? 잠깐만.
수투는 기억이 안
수원?
나는데요?
수원 때가 고3? 그렇구나. 오케이. 처음부터 할게요. So I asked Drew if he remembers his first game as a pro player, but he played on StarCraft 1 Brood War. But actually, like when it comes to StarCraft 2, he doesn't really remember his first game. So I asked him about Brood War, and he was 18 at the time, last year of high school, and he played in a tournament called Survivor, and he lost very hard against a player called 이재호. 그러면은 지금 그래도 10년을 선수 생활을 해왔잖아요.
예.
제일 기억에 남는 순간이 언제인가요?
제일 기억에 남는 순간?
생각하는 동안 질문을 통역하겠습니다. So he had 10 years long career, and now I ask him, when is the most memorable moment of his career?
WCS 우승할 때? 그때가 좋았네요. 좋은 기억으로 남아있네요.
그때가 제일 행복했던 기억인가요? 그럼 선수로서.
그때랑 SK전 3킬 했을 때? 그때가 기뻤던 것 같네요.
그리고 WCS고 2016년. 네. 좀 더 그때에 대한 기억을 좀 더 길게 얘기해 줄 수 있을까요? 어땠는지 그때.
그때 이제 비자 준비하느라 한 9달 동안 준비해서 스트레스 되게 많이 받았는데, 비자가 나오자마자 이제 미국에 가서 첫 대회를 하는데, 이제 바로 우승을 해가지고, 기분이 좋았네요, 그때.
So the moment he remembers the most, it's when he won the WCS. I think it was 2016, and at the time it was actually his first tournament in the States, and he had to wait for 9 months to get a visa. And so it was a really hard time, but then he felt so happy when he won the WCS that that's his favorite moment. Well, I actually wait, that's true. You were in the States for a while, so you must speak English, right? True?
No.
I remember when I first met you, was it at DreamHack Valencia? Or did we meet before? 저희 그때 발렌시아에서 처음 만났었나요? 2010.
그랬던 것 같은데, 아닌가?
그 전에, 블리즈컨 때.
블리즈컨 때 만났었나?
2018년 블리즈컨 때 안 만났었나?
그때 오셨나요?
네. 2018년 블리즈컨 계셨죠?
내가 갔었나?
서로 기억을 못해.
18년도가 언제지? 누구, 기억이 안 나네. 저 못 갔죠. 못 갔습니다.
그때 네, 죄송합니다.
네, 못 갔습니다. 기억이 안 나네.
네. 그러면은 이제 선수 생활하면서 제일 어려웠던 순간은 언제였나요?
가장 어려웠던 순간이요?
네.
수도 없이 많았죠. 막, 성적 안 나올 때나, 공항에서 막 헤매고 그럴 때.
그러니까
50시간 체류하고 그럴 때.
그럴 때가
공항에서, 신문지 덮고 50시간 있었거든요.
헐, 어디서 언제 그랬어요?
너무 힘들었습니다, 그때.
그때 무슨 일이 있었던 거죠? 왜 50시간 동안 공항에서?
대회를 이제 하려고 갔는데, 경유를 하는데, 이제 1시간 남았는데, 거기서 이제 비행기를 비행기가 비가 와서 딜레이가 됐는데, 캔슬이 됐어요, 갑자기. 딜레이 됐다가 캔슬돼서, 대회를 하고 싶어가지고, 다음날 오버레이 했는데, 그게 안 돼서, 그 다음날 비행기로 가게 되었습니다. 그래서 대회도 못하고, 50시간 동안 이제 공항에 있는데, 그리고 대회, 캐리어도 그때 잃어버려가지고, 최악의 여행이었네요, 그때. 너무 힘들었네요, 그때.
그런 일이 있었군요. 와, 저
음.
같아도 정말 힘들었을 것 같네요. So I asked him about this time, the hardest moment of his career, and he said, well, there was a moment he had to spend 50 hours in the airport, like he slept with newspaper as a cover, and he was going to a tournament, and he had 1 hour to get his transit to get to another plane, but the plane got delayed and then he got cancelled. So he really wanted to participate in the tournament. So he waited for another plane. So he waited 50 hours at the airport, but in the end he couldn't even play in the tournament. So that was maybe the hardest moment of this during these 10 last years. Well, 그럼 그래도 이제 성적이 안 나오고 약간 그럴 때 동기부여도 되게 좀 안 될 것 같은데 그럴 때마다 어떻게 다시 이제 열심히 하자 막 희망을 되찾고 그랬나요?
그때는 뭐 술 많이 먹고 이제 술 많이 먹고 이제 현타 오면은 아 열심히 해야겠다. 약간 그런 느낌이 들어서 술 많이 먹었던 것 같습니다.
그럼 술 누구랑 좀 같이 마셨나요? 그래도 옆에서
뭐,
이제 막 격려해주고 그런 친구가 있었을 것 같은데.
뭐 스타트 게이머들이랑 많이 먹었죠. 뭐
그중
경렬이랑도 많이 먹고 네 그랬던 것 같습니다.
So I asked him, so every time you had a really hard time when you were not able to perform, like how were you able to find the motivation again and to want to play? And he said every time it was really hard, I used to drink a lot and then I would realize how pitiful my life was. So and then that gave me motivation again to play. And Rog is actually one of the players I drank the most with. Okay. So now you're going to the army. Do
예.
you like? how do you feel about that?
아 날씨가 너무 더워가지고 너무 걱정이 되고요. 이제
네.
너무 어린 친구들과 이제 거의 삼촌 어린 것 같아서 아 삼촌 그래서 너무 그게 걱정되네요. 그 세대 차이 날까봐 이제 같이 어울리지 못할까봐 네 걱정이 되네요.
혹시 어디로 가는지 벌써 알아요?
저는 파주로 갑니다. 네 파주로.
파주 육군?
예 육군으로 갑니다.
So I asked him. So now he's going to the army. So how he feels about that? Oh well, actually asked the question in English. Never mind. He said, so first of all, he's really worried about the weather because it's super warm in Korea right now. It's more than 30 degrees. And then, secondly, he's worried about the age because I don't know if how familiar you are with the Korean army. So usually we go around. Once you're 18, you can go, but I guess the average age at the army is like 20 or 21. So he's afraid that there will be a difference of generation that he won't be able to get along well with these other friends at the army. And he's going to Paju in the army of 잠깐 육군 영어로 뭐지?
육군?
Wait, I'm not familiar with the army vocabulary. It's a military. It's like the most standard one. Yeah.
GOP로 갑니다. GOP.
GOP. It's called GOP.
아니 그거 모르나?
What?
38선.
아,
최전방 모르나? 북한 바로
죄송합니다.
앞에. 북한
저도
바로 앞에.
파주가 아니고 그쪽이라고요?
파주가 북한 바로 앞입니다.
죄송합니다. 제가
예.
프랑스 사람이어서.
예.
Yeah, so it's near North Korea. 그럼 좀 걱정되겠어요.
아 저는 그 북한이 보였으면 좋겠어요. 북한도 보고 싶고. 네, 그래서 약간 최전방에서 약간 그 근무 서고 싶네요.
그렇군요. 와, 되게 용감하네요. 한국어를 잘 부탁드립니다. So he's going to the city I said, the Paju, it's near the DMZ. It's just at the border with North Korea. And I asked if he was worried about that because he's so near from North Korea, and he said, "No, I'm actually really excited. I'm looking forward to look and to see North Korea, and he wants to work there." Well, I think it's pretty late enough. Do you have any questions, chat, for True, who's leaving to serve the country?
Hajin, we did have one that was a little ways up, but I think we kind of asked it. Somebody had asked if he has any say in what part of the military he does. Like in other countries, you can choose your job before entering. Does he have that option? And if he does, what would he prefer to do in the military?
지금 이제 육군으로 가시는 거잖아요.
예.
가서 어떤 일을 하고 싶으신가요? 좀 지문이 저도 잘 군대 그런 걸 잘 몰라서. So are you asking like if he's going to the army of sea, air, or whatever, or his
Yes.
exact role in the army?
I think probably a little bit of both.
Well, let me just check if
That might not be information he can share. That would be fair.
No, it's just like I'm not familiar with the vocabulary when it comes to military terms.
Oh, sure.
He's going to the land forces.
Okay.
Is that how you call?
Yeah, army or infantry.
Yeah, that's right. And
Nice.
and then 혹시 아시나요? 가서 어떤 역할을 하실지?
아, 그거는 랜덤으로 이제 배정되는 거라서 네, 아직은 잘 모릅니다.
Yeah, so he doesn't know exactly what kind of role he's going to play. It's kind of random, so he'll find out once he goes to the army.
And then there was another question here. Why is his signature style so Zergling heavy?
이해하셨나요? 질문?
저번에 왜 이렇게 많이 뽑냐고요?
그러니까 트루 선수의 약간 스타일, 자기만의 그러니까 시그니처 스타일이 저글링을 많이 쓰는 그런 빌드인데 왜 이유가 뭔지 궁금하네요.
저글링을 뽑으면은 뭔가 가스가 많이 안 들어서 이게 약간 뭐라 해야 되지?
저렴한 빌드?
그렇죠. 가성비 느낌으로 쓰고 있습니다. 가성비를 좀 좋아해가지고 예.
I like the Zergling heavy build because it's really cost efficient. You know, you don't need gas to make Zerglings. 그럼 여기서 보너스 질문 혹시 저글링 성대모사 가능한가요?
저글링 성대모사라고요?
네, 해주세요.
저글링 성대모사 어떻게 하지?
저글링이 무슨 소리를 내죠?
저도 그게 궁금하네요. 저글링 성대모사 어떻게 되지?
10년 동안 같이 한 친구인데 그거 해주세요.
저글링이요? 저글링 두두두두두 이거 아닌가? 때릴 때?
두두두두라는 거 저글링이.
손가락까지 보여줘야 되는데 이거.
So I asked him, okay, it's like it's a bonus question. If he could imitate what a Zergling does, as is his favorite unit, and he said, "Can you do it again for your English chat?" What did you just say?
예? 한 번 더 하라고요?
네네, 외국 채트를 위해.
그냥 두두두두두두 이렇게 막 때리잖아요. 아닌가?
죄송합니다. 제가 너무 무리한 부탁을 했네요. Any other questions from the chat? 저희 한국 채팅 저도 읽고 있으니까 질문을 해주세요. 빨리 다른 질문으로 넘어갑시다.
네. 아니, 한국 지금 시청자분들께서 이제 군대 갔다 와서 복귀할 생각이 있는가?
복귀요?
네.
그때 이제 상황을 보고 그리고 뭐 연습 진짜 만약에 뭐 할 거 없으면은 연습을 해보고 만약에 막 손이 너무 안 움직인다 하면 못할 것 같고요. 그거는 뭐 아직 모르겠네요. 군대 갔다 오면은
네네.
갔다 와서 아직 시간이 많으니까 갔다 와서 생각해봐야죠.
근데 많이 줄어서 내년 12월 14일.
예, 너무 생각보다 빨리 오더라고요, 제가.
네, 그래서 충분히 도전하실 수 있지 않을까라는 생각이 드는데.
월챔 한번 가고 싶긴 하네요.
네, 가능하실 것 같아요. 오늘 경기력 보니까.
아, 그런가요?
Mm.
아,
So the Korean asked if he had any plan to come back as a pro player at the end of his service, and he said, "Yeah, why not? He's going to practice, and if he sees that he can still play, yes, for sure. But we will see." So his army ends December 2021.
Okay. Well, I know that it is. I know that it's really late, true, but I'd say like, we can have one more question here. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to your fans all around the world? I know there's a lot of people that will miss you. Well, what would you like to say to your fans?
You can answer
어,
that in English.
아, hello. Thanks for watching. I hope to see you later. Thanks for cheer for me.
Hey, it was good. That's a great answer.
So yeah, 지금 영어 채팅 보고 있는데 막 please come back true 막 이러고 이러네요. 누가 막 convince army to let you stream 이런 말 하고 있어요. 군대 가서 방송해도 되는지.
아, 그랬으면 좋겠네요. 군대 가서.
아,
그게
아,
안 돼서.
한국 질문 하나 더 있는데,
예, 예, 예.
이게 내 후임으로 들어왔으면 프로게이머가 있으신가요?
후임으로 오면은, 약간 돈 많이 번 친구들이 왔으면 좋겠네요. 맛있는 것 좀 많이 얻어먹게. 뭐, 대엽이나, 뭐, 곧 올 친구들 중에 뭐 대엽이나 뭐 성욱이나 성욱이는 대엽이가 잘 사줄 것 같네요. 네, 대엽이.
so there was a question from the Korean chat. They asked, "Is there a pool player that you'd like? So who should be the one to join the army as his junior?" And he said, "Oh, I guess a player who won a lot of cash prize during his career. So maybe Stats or Zest." But he thinks that Stats will be nicer and to buy him things like snacks.
스태츠가 잘 사줘가지고
아, 근데 생각해보니까 올해 꽤 많이 가야 되는 것 같아요. 92년생 선수들이 이제 막바지인데, 김대엽 선수도 있고, 주성욱 선수, 또 누구 있지? 김대엽,
어윤수
주성욱,
선수.
어윤수. 아, 이렇게 다 가게 돼서 너무 아쉽습니다. This year, this is actually the last year that all the players who are 28 have to go to the army. So you have Sue, Stats, Zest, and True. So True is going first. And so we'll have to say goodbye to the 3 other players during this year. 그럼 혹시 그냥 한국말로도 편하게 한국 팬들분들에게 마지막 한마디 부탁드려요.
네, 네, 봐주셔서 감사하고요. 군대 편지가 왔으면 좋겠습니다. 편지 좀 써주세요.
요새 뭐지? 종이 편지로 쓸 수 있나요? 더 캠프인가 그거 쓰던데 다들.
예? 종이 인터넷 편지가 된다고 하더라고요.
네네, 그거 더 캠프라는 어플로 쓸 수 있어요.
시대가 많이 변했네요.
네, 저 그걸로 막 한희석, 김도욱 선수 막 다 보낸 적 있거든요. 제가
저한테 보내주시나요?
방태수 선수에게 보내드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
So I asked him for some last words in Korean as well. He said again, thank you for watching him. And please write me some letters because when you're at the army in Korea, you can write letters online. So yes, please do so. 제가 외국 팬분들의 메시지도 번역해서 보내드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이누님 마무리하시죠.
제가 방태수 선수를 위해서 방송에 이미지를 하나 만들어 놨습니다. 저 날이 당장 내일이었으면 좋겠지만 건강하게 잘 다녀오시고 항상 응원하고 있습니다. 꼭 복귀해 주세요.
아, 네, 감사합니다.
아, 마지막 질문 하나 있어요. 지금 되게 계속 요새 막 오늘 경기할 때도 아이디가 약간 BTS라고 뜨던데
아, 예, 예, 예.
되게 본인은 만족하신가요? 본인은 좋은가요? 그 이름이?
아, 저는 원래 신경 안 썼는데, 한번 병원에서 그 간호사분이 거기가 약간 제 그 이니셜을 적어놨더라고요. 그래가지고 제 이니셜 보고 얼굴 보고 한번 웃더라고요. 어이없다 보니까. 그 이후로는 조금 네, 좀 그렇네요. 네,
아, 네.
불편하네요 조금.
알겠습니다. 저희는 BTS라는 이름이 정말 잘 어울리는 것 같아요. So, you know that True, his real name is Taesu Bang, so the initials are BTS, as the famous Korean idol group. And I asked him if he likes his name. And he said, well, actually, so I didn't know before, but the first time I realized it, I was at the hospital and the nurse wrote my initials. She saw BTS, she looked at my face and she laughed. So I don't know how I feel about that. So anyway, thank you so much, True, for your time, for this interview, for the show match. Congratulations again, and I hope that you're going to be healthy and that everything will be good at the army. And you can take it away, Alpha or Ruchi.
All right. Thank you so much, True. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. And we are going to we're going to take our time to say goodbye in this cast. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging on with us. And we're going to say so long here. I am going to go ahead and grab our co-caster very quickly here. Had a chance to finish up here. Pastor, any final words here before we sign off?
Nah, there's nothing else I can say. True, that was amazing. Really good player. Give him your support. He said you could write him letters online and stuff, so flood his barracks with letters, flood them with snacks. Make sure that his 2 years of military service are the best that have ever been done. True, you've been a part of the StarCraft 2 scene and the StarCraft scene for so long. Thank you so much, and thank you guys for making this such a special occasion for him.
All right, and that is going to be all for this series. Thank you so much. Once again, check that Matcherino, !Matcherino. Great opportunity as you're leaving to contribute to that overall pool. We're going to toss it over to Creighton Olsen here, who is in the middle of the Archangel Files episode 2. You're actually going to catch a little bit more of me as that is a project I'm working on with him as well. We are working with Team Liquid's Mana. So if you really enjoy the content of getting to know players, you will absolutely love what's happening at the Archangel Files. But for now, so long, farewell. We hope to see you again for another Alpha X series event in the future. Thanks so much for watching. Stay safe, wash your hands. We love you, and we'll see you again soon. Take care.
Peace.
Okay.